agree with my honourable friend. However, what I would say about the data is that there have been recent successful campaigns by the BTP and the Rail Delivery Group, who are the rail industry funded group representing the views of the rail industry to encourage reporting of offences against women and girls. And we believe that some of the rise in recording offences is because these campaigns have been successful and the willingness of victims to come forward and of bystanders to intervene or report on victims' behalf. However, we are not complacent. The Department for Transport recently announced £17 million of investment to better connect CCTV at train stations. The project will enable greater real-time access for the BTP to accelerate investigations, with my honourable friend. However, what I would say about the data is that there has been recent successful campaigns by the BTP and the Rail Delivery Group, who are the rail industry funded group representing the views of the rail industry to encourage reporting of offences against women and girls. And we believe that some of the rise in recording offences is because these campaigns have been successful and the willingness of victims to come forward and of bystanders to intervene or report on victims' behalf. However, we are not complacent. The Department for Transport recently announced £17 million of investment.
Housing allowance introduced by the last Labour government to cover the lowest 50% of private rents now only covers 1% of private rents in Wales and 2.4% in England. Does the Minister agree that unfreezing LHA and linking it once more to actual local rents is vital to reducing the risk of homelessness for survivors and ensuring they have the safety of a stable home when fleeing abuse?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his passionate plea and absolutely will take up his suggestions in those meetings I have already referred to that we have. Tier 1 local authorities in England have a legal requirement to assess and address the need for support within safe accommodation for all domestic abuse victims. The government has increased the funding to local authorities to £160 million this year, an uplift of £30 million from previous years to provide further support in safe accommodation for domestic abuse survivors. The Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government has published statutory guidance which is clear that local authorities should ensure that sufficient suitable support in safe accommodation is available to meet the needs of victims locally.
Thank you. Last week, I met Loose Women presenters in Parliament, and I heard about their Facing It Together programme. Would the Minister, first of all, support the Facing It Together programme and also support a plan we've hatched to get a poster for it in every GP surgery in this country? Thank you.
Minister.
I absolutely would support the Loose Women on this. I was about to say I'd like to think of myself as one, but I'm not sure that would come across as well. I agree that signage in GP surgeries, dental waiting rooms and pubs and clubs are all valuable tools to warn the public about the signs of domestic abuse and can help point those who are worried about a friend or family member to places of help. We must make sure that as a government, and what we are doing is to make sure that where people need to see those things, they will be there.
And the message checked.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June, I asked the Government to consider my private member's bill calling for the Government to publish a strategy to tackle interpersonal abuse and violence against men and boys. The strategy would ensure that male survivors of crimes considered to be violence against women and girls, such as rape, sexual assault, domestic abuse, forced marriage and honour-based violence, are given dedicated support. It would also prevent male survivors from having to be in spaces that should be for women. On the 1st of September, the Safeguarding Minister told me that the strategy will be published early in the autumn. We're now well past that. So what is causing the delay in publishing the revised VAUG strategy, and can she assure me it will specifically address male survivors of crimes considered to be violence against women and girls?
Yes, I can absolutely give him that assurance, and I would also like to extend an opportunity to meet with him to discuss these matters. I'd be more than happy to do that and see where we can go forward together. And what I can say about what is causing the delay is that this will be completely cross-government and has to be made sure that in allocations processes and all the things that go on in government departments that it is as good as it possibly can be, because the NAO reports about previous VAUG strategies leaves quite a lot to be desired, and I don't want that to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last couple of months, the West Midlands has seen a spate of racially motivated attacks on women of colour, including rapes of Sikh women, who now tell me that they are scared to walk on our streets or use public transport to go to work. Does the Minister agree that there is no place in Britain for any kind of racial hatred? These crimes must be punished to the full extent of the law, and what assurance can she offer women and girls in my constituency of Wolverhampton West that they will have the full protection of the police and the authorities so that they can feel safe?
I thank the honourable gentleman and, frankly, my neighbour in Birmingham, and share his real concerns about a spate of what appear to be racially motivated sexual violence. All I can say is that obviously some of these cases are in sub judice and charges have been laid, but I will absolutely give him my assurance, and have spoken to organisations who work with black and minoritised women on the ground to ensure that we can do everything that we can, along with police and other agencies, to make sure women where he and I live feel safe.
After a Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Strangulation is an extremely common form of gendered violence. Up to 2/3 of women suffering domestic abuse report having been strangled. I've corresponded with the Minister about the need for the Institute for Addressing Strangulation to have funding certainty beyond March next year to continue its vital work, but have had no assurances. I know how seriously she takes this issue, but can she tell us what she's doing to make it clear to the Chancellor that sustaining this life-saving work must be a priority if we're to meet the government's target of halving violence against women and girls?
First and foremost, I absolutely appreciate the honourable lady's question, and was very proud that yesterday it was announced that this government will make strangulation in pornography illegal in our country because of the rising tide of it, frankly, becoming acceptable. And much of that work comes from the institutions she talks about. And what I want to say to her is that she has to have absolutely no doubt that there isn't a cabinet minister in the country who doesn't feel the strength of my feelings about what should be spent on violence against women and girls.
Mr. Speaker, we know, and I'm certainly seeing through my casework, that coercive control can continue for years after a relationship has ended through the manipulation of child maintenance payments by perpetrators. So can I ask the Minister, what steps is she taking with DWP colleagues to ensure that the systems work to support survivors and not enable perpetrators?
I thank the honourable lady and have seen those cases. In fact, there are domestic homicide reviews that point to failures in CMS leading to the most tragic circumstances. So we're absolutely working with the Department of Work and Pensions to make sure that the system that operates in our country is completely safe, but also more widely with the Department for Work and Pensions on exactly what we are doing in their department on violence against women and girls.
Kirsty Black.
A constituent who was domestically abused by a dependent on her visa. She's been trying to seek information from UKVI about whether or not this individual is still in the UK or still has a visa. I'm wondering if the Minister would consider something similar to Clare's law, so that people have got the right to ask about whether or not what somebody's current visa status is, and UKVI can release that information to them.
I thank the honourable lady and have handled cases not dissimilar to myself where a third party cannot be given the information, so I understand absolutely her frustration. And in that area obviously that sits within the Home Office is an area that I scrutinise very closely, and I will gladly take away her recommendations because I think, frankly, they're quite good ones.
Carla Lockhart.
Speaker. The Minister will know I'm unashamedly pro-life. Whilst I strongly welcome the Government's commitment to ending violence against women and girls, surely that must mean protecting women from harm and coercion in every setting. Given the serious safeguarding concerns and reports of coercion linked to abortion pills by post, will she commit to review this policy to ensure that women are never put at risk?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady makes a very important point about how women's health and can be used in coercion, especially their fertility, on both sides of the coin, about not having an abortion and having an abortion. She, unlike her, she will know I am positively pro-choice. However, she absolutely is right that when we look at any regulation around changes in abortion legislation in our country, that those conversations will absolutely be going on and all safeguards will be put in place.
Shall Secretary of State Mims Davies.
This government talks better protection for women and girls while actively passing changes to our sentencing laws, disgracefully meaning more than 90% of grooming offenders and 60% of rapists sent to prison will get their prison time cut. Mr. Speaker, was there an assessment on the impact of those changes on women and girls specifically? And can the Minister point to one single organisation representing women and girls that supports cutting prison time to 1/3 of a sentence for sexual assault and grooming?
Minister.
I'll have to go away and check exactly what the Minister has said with regard to the people she says will be released, because there are, of course, exceptions, more exceptions than there were under her government's prison release scheme, because people like me and my honourable friend had oversight of it and cared about women in this process. But what I'm going to say is that it is absolutely shocking that a government that oversaw the total collapse of our prison system wouldn't then, where we wouldn't be able to arrest rapists because there wouldn't be places for them to go into prison, can dare to stand there and suggest that that is something that we should... It is unbelievable that she cannot recognise her own role in this.
Brilliant Goldman, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with the Centre for Action on Rape and Abuse, also known as CARA, who support thousands of victims and survivors of sexual violence across Essex, including in my constituency of Chelmsford. CARA are concerned about future funding and the need for a stronger focus on tackling sexual violence. So will the Minister confirm that funding for the Rape and Sexual Abuse Support Fund and independent sexual violence advisor services will continue beyond March 2026 and outline how the government will prioritise addressing sexual violence?
Minister. I thank the Honourable Lady, and the Ministry of Justice, who oversee victims funding, absolutely ring-fenced the two different sexual violence funds, in fact, that she referenced in her question last year, to ensure that they were protected. And as for Onward, I find it vanishingly unlikely, is what I would say. But whilst the CSR is being allocated, it would be very difficult for me to stand here and say, but I find it very unlikely, as somebody who used to work in one of those services, that the idea that they won't be funded in the future.
Kenneth Stevens.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, across government, we're supporting a number of initiatives to increase the number of women in STEM. The target of 35% of women's participation in the advanced manufacturing sector, investing £18.2 million to ensure underrepresented groups get the maths support they need in schools, as well as working with schools to support them in developing a triple science offer for all pupils, ahead of introducing a statutory entitlement. A successful STEM sector is a diverse one, and it starts with inspiring the girls of today.
Stevens.
Thanks to this government embracing AI, constituencies such as Airdrie and Shotts are seeing substantial investment in data centres which will create jobs and re-industrialise former industrial heartlands. On National Engineering Day, Does she agree with me that this government's commitment to vocational training and apprenticeships will open more doors to young women in towns and cities across the country to join the STEM workforce and lead the AI revolution?
Minister.
My honourable friend speaks from experience in education and is absolutely right. That's why we're investing £187 million in our Tech First programme to bring digital skills and AI learning into classrooms and communities, while 7.5 million workers are set to gain essential AI skills through our industry partnership. Training will open up opportunities in constituencies like Airdrie and Shotts and put women and girls at the centre of the AI revolution, and I commend his work in this area.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister seriously believe that cutting funding for the International Baccalaureate, a qualification proven to keep more girls studying STEM subjects, will help increase the number of women entering STEM industries?
Minister.
An Education Minister will be happy to discuss that with her.
Jack Rankin.
Number 4, please, sir.
Minister, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is determined to break down barriers to opportunity so that everyone can achieve success, and this commitment is underpinned by strong data and evidence.
Jack Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, the Education Secretary said that white working-class boys had been betrayed. Yet this summer, MI5, MI6 and GCHQ ran an internship scheme which was open only to people from ethnic minority backgrounds. I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, the House of Commons runs a similar scheme in partnership with the Windsor Fellowship. What message does the Minister think it sends to our children that some doors are closed because of the colour of their skin, particularly in the context of what she said about white working-class boys?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of respect for the honourable gentleman as a fellow Berkshire MP, but I would just gently say to him it is right that people who serve our country in whatever form reflect the communities that they serve. These schemes are about levelling the playing field, not about creating an unfair advantage, and everybody who is given a place is done so on merit. This party, on this side of the House, we follow the evidence. He just follows the honourable member for Clapton.
Warren Session Lammy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we come to the end of celebrating Black History Month, I think it's vital that we continue to promote diversity in all workplaces. Does the Minister agree with me that it's fundamental for us to have DEI practices in all workforces so that we can fight equality, fairness, transparency, preventing discrimination, especially discrimination that far too many people still face in the workplace?
Minister.
I thank the honourable lady for her question and for her great campaigning work. I agree with her that we must do absolutely everything possible to break down all barriers to opportunity in our country.
Secretary Clark-Latino.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour's previous definition of Islamophobia was adopted by councils which had grooming gang scandals. And it said that even talking about grooming gangs was an example of anti-Muslim racism. We know from Louise Casey, public servants didn't speak up because they were scared of being called racist, and now they're bringing in a new definition, but they're refusing to tell the public what's in it. So will she commit to publishing the draft definition before it's adopted for full public scrutiny?
Minister.
Wherever there's abuse, it should be tackled, and we will be publishing details in due course.
We now come to topical still fairness. Still fairness. Topical 1.
Sorry, Mr. Endometriosis care is an...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In October, we celebrated Black History Month. It's been an opportunity to renew our commitment to maintaining all the progress that we have made and ensuring that racial hatred has no place in our society. This year also marks the 60th anniversary of the Race Relations Act, enacted by a Labour government. We will continue to build on its legacy with our plans to introduce the Equality, Race and Disability Bill in this Parliament, and we have also established the Race Equality Engagement Group, chaired by the Noble Baroness Lawrence.
Endometriosis care is in urgent need of reform. I have lost track of the number of young women who have contacted me to share their horror stories. some of whom have been more than a decade to receive a diagnosis. The system is failing them, and I welcome the government's commitment to update the Women's Health Strategy, but can the Minister confirm that menstrual health conditions such as these will be at the forefront of the renewed strategy? Thank you.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and for all the campaigning she has done on this issue. She is right that too many women suffer trauma and pain, their symptoms and concerns not taken seriously, and we are committed to prioritising women's health. We've commissioned a number of studies focused on endometriosis diagnosis, treatment and patient experience, alongside 6 research trials totalling an investment of approximately £5.8 million. This will be an essential part of our 10-year health plan.
Secretary of State, clerk continue.
In January, the Supreme Court ruled that sex means biological sex. This was a huge victory for women's rights. But now we hear that she's kicking the EHRC's much-needed guidance into the long grass. But the law is not changing. The law is as it's always been. So will she release the guidance and make sure that women's rights are protected?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd just like to say how moved I was by the interview that the Right Honourable Lady gave to The Times about her experience and that of her son. I'm really pleased that both of them are doing so well and that she's back with us in this House today. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to protecting single-sex spaces, and as I set out in this House, I welcome the clarity of the Supreme Court ruling, and providers should follow it. The EHRC have given me the code of practice. We're working through that. It's a lengthy document covering all of the protected characteristics. Any suggestion of delay is simply wrong. The EHRC should know that I am legally required to consult the devolved governments. The EHRC have been asked to carry out a full regulatory impact, they have not been asked to carry out a full regulatory impact assessment, but instead a minimum
Secretary of
assessment.
State, topicals, Lawrence Turner.
Dyspraxia is a common condition, but public awareness levels are still too low. Does the Minister agree that more needs to be done across government and society to raise awareness of dyspraxia?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do. We want a more inclusive society where neurodivergent people, including those with dyspraxia, are supported to thrive. We're working across government, supporting earlier intervention in schools, including through the Partnerships for Inclusion of Neurodiversity in Schools programme, SEND reforms coming forward in the new year, but we're also beyond education, taking a wider view of how we ensure people with conditions like dyspraxia are not held back.
Due to the rural nature of West Dorset, SEND children face difficulty accessing education. I've got a caseworker, a young girl with stroke whose transport was withdrawn 2 days beforehand. Will the Minister work with other departments to solve the problem of SEND children accessing education in rural areas?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I recognise the concern that he has raised and that many members across this House have raised. That's why we'll be setting out our plans to make improvements to the system through the Schools White Paper, and I'd welcome the contribution of the honourable gentleman and his colleagues as part of that process, because I think it is important that we put children's interests first and get to the right system, particularly around early identification of need.
Dr. Sam Knott.
Stroud, a fantastic volunteer group, the Night Angels, started by Chrissy Lowry, patrol the streets and the trains to give safety for young women. Would the Minister support this group, and also would she like to join us on a patrol donning the trademark pink fluorescent jackets? Thank you.
Minister.
I mean, the Secretary of State is already wearing a pink jacket. I just want to pay absolute tribute to the group in his constituency, and I know that the Victims and Violence Against Women and Girls Minister will be visiting Stroud very soon and has offered to don the pink jacket on our behalves.
Alison Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night I was honoured to speak at an event you kindly hosted with the RNID. I met Craig, the Chief Executive of Action Deafness, which delivers vital services across my constituency, as well as Stuart, an academic focused on the needs of deaf young people. They told me that deaf people too often navigate support from siloed health, education and welfare systems that create barriers. So what steps is the Minister taking to coordinate cross-departmental support for deaf people to prevent them from falling between the gaps?
The Honourable Lady raises an important point, and I'd be more than happy to make sure that she has a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss her concerns and to make sure that action is being taken across government to address them.
Right, that completes those questions. Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, may I extend a warm welcome to the President of the Portuguese Parliament and his delegation, who are with us in the gallery today. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Mr. Conor Rand.
One, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is in Brazil, attending COP30 in Belém and the Earthshot Prize alongside His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales. Mr. Speaker, the thoughts of the whole House remain with those affected by the appalling scenes that we saw in Huntingdon and Peterborough, where I spent 7 years of my life at school. We thank our emergency services for their outstanding professionalism and the individuals who showed such tremendous courage to defend others. Mr. Speaker, this weekend is Remembrance Sunday. We will never forget those who fought to defend our freedom. It's been one of the greatest honours of my career to meet our troops around the world, whether in Cyprus, the Gulf or Australia. This week, the government announced the biggest renewal of armed forces housing in more than 50 years, kick-starting one of Britain's most ambitious building programmes in decades. This morning, I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Conor Rand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by congratulating the Deputy Prime Minister on being the first black person to ever answer Prime Minister's question. A landmark moment for this place in our country, and I hope he is proud. Mr. Speaker, my 8-year-old constituent Phoebe is battling cancer, and her parents are fundraising to help with treatment costs and to raise awareness of Phoebe's condition. And people across my constituency have been moved by her story and have come together to raise over £122,000. So will the Deputy Prime Minister join me in paying tribute to Phoebe's inspirational bravery? And will he celebrate the incredible generosity and community spirit of Altrincham and Sale West?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, it's very kind of the honourable gentleman to say that, and I'm conscious that my right honourable friend, the member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, and indeed the leader of the opposition, are both trailblazers who've stood at this dispatch box, and it's important to recognise the progress that we've been made, particularly in the wake of Black History Month. I also thank my honourable friend for raising this issue. It's heartwarming to see a community rally around someone as brave as Phoebe. So I wish Phoebe, her twin brother Eric, and her parents Lindsay and Mark the very best in their fight against cancer.
Shall the Secretary of State for Defence, James Cartlidge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I begin by associating myself and the opposition with the remarks by the Deputy Prime Minister about the terrible and horrific attack in Huntingdon. We wish a speedy recovery to those still in hospital and pay tribute to the brave actions of the public and the police. Now, Mr. Speaker, overnight, the father of the girl assaulted in Epping by Hadish Gabatu, the illegal immigrant, released by accident, said the government had failed them relentlessly. Now, I confess, I'm surprised the Deputy Prime Minister hasn't already apologised. So I'm going to give him an opportunity now. Will he apologise to the family concerned?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, it's great to see the honourable gentleman in his place. I had expected to see the Shadow Justice Secretary, but nevertheless I'm pleased to see the honourable gentleman. He must have missed the debate, because in the debate, of course, I said sorry for the anxiety caused whilst Kibatu was at large, and I repeat that, and it's hugely important that Dame Lynn Owers now gets to the bottom of what has happened with her further investigation.
James Cartlidge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Watching the interview last night, I have to say it was absolutely heartbreaking. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I do think he owes it to offer an apology here on the floor of the House. But he should have done that at the start of his remarks, Mr. Speaker. These are very serious matters, Mr. Speaker, which is why I want to ask him a further very important question. Can he reassure the House that since Kibatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, the House is thankfully quiet, so I'm surprised the honourable gentleman didn't hear me when I said that of course I apologise and I'm sorry for the anxiety caused. But look, let me just remind him that he was a justice minister that allowed our prisons to get to this state in the first place. And it's now for us to fix the mess that we've got into. It's important that Dame Lynn Annals can now continue her work and understand what is happening. He knows that early release has begun under their watch in 2021.
Mr. Speaker, these are extremely serious crimes that we are talking about. I'm going to ask him the question again. Can he reassure the House that since Kibatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a very specific question for him to answer.
Deputy Prime Minister.
After his release, I put in place the toughest checks we've ever had in the prison system. It is important that Lynn Owens is able to get to the bottom of her work. I suspect there'll be more checks and balances we need to do. What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly. That's part of the problem, and we're trying to fix it.
James Cartlidge. Mr. Speaker, he's the Justice Secretary. He's responsible for the justice system. He needs to take responsibility, and I'm asking him a straight question. And I'm going to repeat it once more for the avoidance of doubt, because he didn't answer it twice. He's here to answer questions. Can he reassure the House that since Kibatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a clear question. Can he give an answer?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Get a grip, man. I know I'm the Justice Secretary. That's why I'm at the dispatch box, also as Deputy Prime Minister. We know that. I'm not going to pray in aid. Dame Anne Owens is a former Deputy Commissioner in London, head of the NCA. It is for her to get to the bottom of that work. Of course, we know that there have been spikes since 2021 under his watch. When did he come to this House and apologise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of government is to take...
I want to hear both. Quiet. James Cartlidge.
Mr. Speaker, it's getting noisier now, so just in case he didn't hear me. He's the Justice Secretary. Can he reassure the House that since...
Order. I will have no gestures from the balcony. Let me reassure you, don't gesture to me. It's not a wise decision. This is important. Prime Minister's questions, all our constituents are listening.
People in Epping and right across the country want to know the answer, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to ask him again. He's the Justice Secretary. Can he reassure the House that since Kibatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? Can he answer the question?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I've got to tell you, I spent 14 years in opposition and I did a hell of a lot better than he's just done. I have answered the question. Under their watch, prisons were in a mess. Suicides went up. Prison officers cut. 20,000 neighbourhood polices lost. We've deported more in the last year than they deported in the last 5 years. Please, I'm not going to take any lecture from the honourable gentleman.
Mr. Juris and Mr. Stafford, you test my patience each week. Today's not the day to test my patience. We do have quite a bank holiday, so I certainly wouldn't want to be testing it at the moment. James Cartlidge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The public are extremely concerned about what happened in the Kabatu case. They want to know there won't be a repeat. So I'm putting to him a very clear question about his responsibilities. I repeat, can he reassure the House that since Kabatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? Can he answer the question?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to being up against the member for Newark next time. In 25 years in this House, I've not witnessed a more shameful spectacle, frankly, than what the party opposite left in our justice system. Their criminal negligence on his watch as a former Justice Minister. They left our prisons on the brink of collapse entirely, threatening to allow offenders to run wild on our streets. He knows that. Rape victims waiting years for their day in court. He knows that. Neighbourhood policing decimated, leaving our people feeling unsafe in their communities, and they haven't learned a thing. We are tackling knife crime, that's why it's falling. 13,000 more bobbies we are putting on the streets, kicking out 5,000 foreign criminal offenders. I've got to say to the honourable gentleman, he should do better.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Georgia Hart.
Well, I got it to 6. James Cartlidge. Order. It is 6. I'm all right. 6. You've had your 6. Sorry, I was correct. Jonathan Brash.
Mr. Speaker.
Jonathan Brash.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent, Georgia Hart, was just 15 years old when she was diagnosed with Friedreich's ataxia, a cruel and degenerative condition that slowly robs a person of their mobility and independence. Since then, her courageous parents have battled day in and day out to raise awareness and money to get her the treatment she needs. There is now a drug, omavalaxolone, which has been proven to slow the progression of the disease. Yet despite this, it's been stalled by NICE, partly because the number of patients affected is judged to be above the limit for ultra-rare conditions. Georgia and those like her are being failed not because the science isn't there, not because the treatment isn't there, but because simply the numbers do not add up. Does the Deputy Prime Minister agree we cannot allow bureaucracy to stand in the way of life-changing treatment? And will he commit to ensuring that I, along with Ataxia UK, can meet the relevant minister at the earliest opportunity so that Georgia and her families do not lose more precious time?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, like the honourable member for Braintree, it doesn't seem that the spokesman can count, let alone stand up on behalf of the public. But can I thank my honourable friend? Our NHS has a strong record in delivering new medicines for rare diseases, and that evaluation process is rightly led by NICE. As I understand, the manufacturer of the new treatment for Friedreich's ataxia has withdrawn from this process. However, the door remains open for the company to re-engage, and I'm very happy to arrange a meeting that my honourable friend is seeking more broadly to help ensure everyone gets the care they deserve while investing an additional £29 billion in the National Health Service.
Daisy Cooper, Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my party, can I join the Deputy Prime Minister in expressing our horror at the terrifying knife attack at the weekend and pay tribute to all those, including the emergency services, who put themselves in harm's way to protect others. And as we approach Remembrance Sunday, can I also join him in remembering all those who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our rights and our freedoms. Those rights and freedoms are now under threat in a way that we have not seen since the Second World War. Putin is waging war on our continent and interfering in democracies across Europe. The Chinese government is waging espionage against this House, and Elon Musk is inciting violence on our streets. To date, the government has failed to heed our calls for a new inquiry into Russian meddling, failed to place China on the enhanced tier of country threats, and failed to launch an MI5 investigation into the threat posed by Elon Musk. So can I ask the Deputy Prime Minister, what will it take for the government to act and protect our democracy?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady. Can I just remind her, as Foreign Secretary, I stood at this dispatch box and I spoke to the China audit that we said we would do in coming into government, and we did that. I did it on the same day that we published our national security strategy, and of course my defence colleague has also published the Strategic Defence Review. She looks across all three of those documents. They set this country in the best place possible to face down the threats that she rightly refers to.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the Deputy Prime Minister in his new role will consider our calls again. But right now, families across the country are struggling with a cost of living crisis, yet the Chancellor is preparing to increase taxes. Meanwhile, because of high interest rates and arcane Treasury rules to do with quantitative easing, the big banks are making billions of pounds in windfall profits that they never expected, that they never relied on, and never had to take any risk to earn. So without asking the Deputy Prime Minister to preempt the Chancellor's budget, can I ask the Deputy Prime Minister which he thinks is fairer, taxing struggling families or taxing big banks?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, she knows. We've got 80 years of convention, and it is for the Chancellor of the Exchequer to present her budget later on this month. But can I just say gently to her, it is under her government, in which they were in coalition with the Conservatives, that we saw austerity right across our country, and she will know that there are major parties proposing austerity again, and I know that the Chancellor will do everything she can to continue, as she set out yesterday, to invest in our NHS and our public services.
Tristan Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The leader of my local council, Kent County Council, has said that they're a shop window on Reform UK, with councillors facing criminal charges, inappropriate conduct and behaviour, a defection, 5 expulsions, a failed Doge cost-cutting drive and an authoritarian leader who shouts and swears at colleagues. Does the Deputy Prime Minister agree with me that the people of Kent deserve so much better? And how is the government going to ensure that we deliver higher standards in local government?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I see the Honourable Member for Clacton in his seat. Reform said, this may be the first time I've seen him in Prime Ministers, but Mr. Speaker, Reform said that Kent County Council would be the best advert for what a Reform government would look like. They're delivering on the chaos that they promised and on standards in public life. I say to the Honourable Gentleman, no, Mr. Speaker, this is serious. I used to replace the Honourable Gentleman on LBC, so we've known each other for many years. The disgraceful, racist language that we heard from a Reform MP last week belongs in the dark ages, and he should
Even Flynn.
It feels like it comes around quicker every year, Mr. Speaker, because the 22nd to the 28th of November marks BBC Scam Awareness Week, and by sheer coincidence, the Chancellor has chosen that week of all weeks to deliver her budget. So given her previous broken promises on energy bills, on inflation and to businesses, can he confirm to the public that if they see something suspicious on tax at the budget, they should report it?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I usually look forward to the bombast that the Honourable Gentleman brings to the Chamber, but as usual, the SNP will say anything to distract from their appalling record. In the week where Scotland's Health Secretary had to apologise for the state of the health service on their watch, he could have mentioned that in his question. We will see what is in the budget later on this month.
Charlotte Littles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the thoughts of the whole House will be with everyone affected by the Huntingdon attack, and we should praise the actions of the train's driver, Andrew Johnson, and the heroic guard, Sami Zatouni. In my mind, a worthy candidate for consideration for the George Cross, as we wish him well in his continued recovery. Andrew Johnson told ITV News he was, quote, just doing his job. Will the Deputy Prime Minister take this opportunity from the dispatch box to recognise the importance of our railway crews, drivers and station staff and the vital role they play in keeping us all safe, from averting suicides on the rail network to dealing with antisocial behaviour and emergencies like we've seen this week?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. The actions of the driver, Andrew Johnson, and the train staff member, Sami Zatouni, were nothing less than heroic. And I'm sure that the whole House would agree that some form of recognition is absolutely deserved. Our country is defined by these people, working on the front line, caring for and supporting the public every single day. I'm proud to be part of a government that's fighting for them, increasing their pay, tackling the cost of living crisis and fixing the public services that we rely on.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on Sunday and on Tuesday, we will honour those that made the ultimate sacrifice from not only this country, but across the Commonwealth. Which is why I wear not only the poppy, but the marigold to honour the Commonwealth troops that gave their lives. But next Sunday, the week on Sunday, will be the parade at the Cenotaph by the Association of Jewish Ex-Servicemen and Women, where Jewish people will come together. Veterans, men, women and children will parade with the medals that their forefathers won during World War II and the Great War and other conflicts. So it will be particularly apposite to this year, with anti-Semitism on the rise, that a senior cabinet minister comes to that parade and lays a wreath on behalf of this House and the whole country to remember the Jewish people that gave their lives for this country so we could all be free.
Deputy Prime Minister.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for his question. I bought a new suit this morning because my godmother said she would be watching. But his question brings to mind the West Indies Regiment and their contribution in 2 world wars. And I'm very grateful to the honourable member for Sunderland South for ensuring that despite wearing a new suit, I managed to put my poppy on. We wear the poppy to remember all those who fought and died for this country. They represented every walk of life, every race and every religion. My ministerial colleague, the Noble Lord Coker, will be proud to lay a wreath at the annual Remembrance event at the Cenotaph to mark our enduring gratitude to generations of Jewish service personnel and veterans. And I'd like to thank Ajax for organising the event and for all they do throughout the year to keep alive the memory of Jewish people, many of whom are in my constituency, their descendants in my constituency in Stamford Hill, who gave their lives for this country.
Susan Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I'm regularly contacted by leaseholders and residential freeholders from across Ashford, Hawkinge and villages who raise concerns about rising property management fees, poor service and lack of transparency over what they are being charged for. As they already pay council tax, it is wrong they pay extra for maintenance of roads and green areas on their estates. Will the Deputy Prime Minister update the House on the actions the government is taking to reform the current outdated system so that my constituents can look forward to having stronger rights, greater powers and improved protections?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, for millions of leaseholders, the dream of home ownership has fallen woefully short of what was promised. That's why we're implementing the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act, providing homeowners with greater rights, power and protections. We'll bring the injustice of leasehold to an end, protecting people from unfair costs. And as he knows, my honourable friend for Greenwich is going to meet the Director of First Port to address serious concerns over their performance.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Monday at the dispatch box, the Defence Secretary said the Scottish Government were a threat to national security. A charge repeated this morning by the Scottish Secretary. What he, in effect, was saying is that a democratically elected government, elected by 1.3 million Scots, possess a threat to this country. I don't know if it's something the Deputy Prime Minister will repeat at the dispatch box today, but can he tell me why democratic Scotland is a threat to national security and China is not?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I took a DNA test a few years ago. I'm 5% Scot. The people of Scotland are not a threat. They're not a threat to national security. It's the SNP. And they decide to get rid of nuclear deterrent as a threat to national security. You should hide his head in shame.
Lee Ingham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is at this time of year that many of us think of those who have served their country and continue to do so. Those like my granddad, who served in World War II and brought up my dad and my uncles in forces accommodation. Those like my nephew, currently serving, who sends me videos of accommodation riddled with black mould. So would the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister, welcome with me the new Defence Housing Strategy announced this week, which will guarantee the end of the scandal of unfit forces accommodation? And will he guarantee to my residents in Stafford, Eccleshall and the villages, the 500 plus military families, that they will finally have accommodation fit for them?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I pay tribute to my honourable friend for championing our armed forces who make extraordinary sacrifices to keep our country safe. We are renewing our country, and that includes renewing our contract with those who commit the ultimate sacrifice. 4,000 military homes, that's 9 out of every 10, are going to be upgraded thanks to the $9 billion that we are investing, and of course that will include her constituency, homes fit for heroes, delivered by a Labour government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I echo the words of the member for Harrow East of how proud I am to wear the marigold alongside my poppy. Last year, Sadiq Khan was elected London Mayor with a promise to keep a police station front counter open in all 32 London boroughs 24 hours a day. Labour have just broken that promise to Londoners, as only 2 will remain. This year, the Met Police has 1,419 fewer police officers and staff, fewer people working hard to keep Londoners and our visitors safe. And in Sutton-on-Cheam, we've just had our High Street police team cut from 11 to just 4 officers, inevitably leaving my constituents less safe. So does the Deputy Prime Minister agree with the Liberal Democrats and Sir Mark Rowley that a shrinking Met Police force compromises their ability to keep Londoners safe?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, as he knows, the previous government cut police officers and PCSOs while also critically underfunding the criminal justice system. We're acting in London, funding the Met, Mr. Speaker, up to £262 million this year, and we're investing £200 million this year to put 3,000 more neighbourhood police on our streets by spring. Through our crime and policing bill, we'll also give them powers that they need, including enough tough new respect orders to tackle crime and make our streets safer. But I do just say gently to the honourable member, because he's a Liberal Democrat, they come to their feet, they ask for more funding, and then given the opportunity, they vote against the reforms that will actually grow our economy.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, in Aylesbury I've been running a programme called Your Voice, Your Future to help young people engage with politics and shape the issues that matter to them. They've sent in ideas for the school curriculum review, they've advocated for better mental health support, and they've shared their fears about smartphones and social media. Will the Deputy Prime Minister join me in recognising the contributions and ideas of young people, and what more will he do to ensure that they can meaningfully engage in national policy?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I applaud my honourable friend? She's a passionate champion of the next generation. She will have seen my right honourable friend, the member for Sunderland South, launch her curriculum review, which will deliver high standards for every child, giving them the skills they need to thrive and boost their engagement in our democracy. And I'm proud that we'll also be giving 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote in our UK elections to make their powerful voices heard.
Mr. Speaker, burning waste is as polluting as burning coal, and we already have incinerator overcapacity. So when will this government renew the last government's pause on new incinerators? When will it end perverse deliver or pay contracts with incinerator companies? And when will it deliver an incineration tax, like the landfill tax, to encourage waste reduction, reuse and recycling?
Deputy Prime Minister.
The Honourable Gentleman is very experienced. He knows that our country's future on energy is in renewables. That's why we're investing in renewables, and he should listen carefully to what the Right Honourable Prime Minister has got to say when he gets to COP. The Chancellor will have heard his observation in terms of further taxes. He's got to wait until the end of the month to see what happens.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this government has massively boosted the national minimum wage for young people, my constituents in Erewash earn far more than the £3.40 an hour I got paid in my first job just 17 years ago. What is the Deputy Prime Minister's response then to those, including the Conservatives and Reform, who claim that £10 an hour is too high a wage for young workers? And does he happen to know whether any of the Reform leaders' dozen extra jobs pay him less than £10 an hour?
Well, I was looking at the Honourable Member for Clacton's member's interests, and he's making quite a lot out of gold bullion. You've got to ask, why does he want to cut the minimum wage for people who are not making even 1% of what he is? The Labour Party's on the side of young people, boosting their wages and delivering the youth guarantee to help everyone realise their potential. And I hope young people recognise what the two other parties want on their record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People across the country are fed up of extensive and needless delays caused by road, rail and utility works happening at the same time, a failure to coordinate. My Transport Duty to Coordinate bill would fix this and cut disruption, supporting communities and the economy. Now, I understand the government is looking for ways to support the economy, apparently. Would he pass on my proposal to the Chancellor and back my bill?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I'll certainly pass them on to the Chancellor.
Tom Rutland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seeing a dentist is crucial not just for people's dental health, but also for their broader health and well-being. But access to NHS dentistry has been a growing problem for a number of years. And in my constituency of East Worthing and Shoreham, only 2 out of 10 dentists are taking on new adult NHS patients, and the number is the same for children. So can the Deputy Prime Minister set out what this government is doing to improve access to NHS dentistry and to put a healthy smile on my constituents' faces?
Deputy Prime Minister.
My honourable friend is right to raise this issue. It's an important issue up and down the country. We're taking action to address the appalling inheritance received by rolling out extra urgent and emergency appointments across the country. We're also reforming the dental contract, recruiting more dentists and making sure that they work in the National Health Service for a minimum of 3 years.
Mr. Speaker, the inclusion of Oxford University Hospital Trust in the rapid review of maternity and neonatal services is welcome. And reports today in the New Statesman and Channel 4 speak to failures at that trust. Will the Deputy Prime Minister commit that the outcomes of Baroness Amos's review will be carried out in full, and commit to this House that the review is the start of a sea change in maternity services and not a whitewash?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Baroness Amos is a dear friend of mine, and I know that the Health Secretary is considering her recommendations.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen Hurricane Melissa devastate Jamaica and leave the country in crisis. The Imperial College Storms model states that the hurricane was unlikely without climate change. Now, I know that Prime Minister is at COP30 representing the UK against climate change, but I asked my right honourable good friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, if he will ensure that the UK leads the way on preventing climate change?
Deputy Prime Minister, you're right.
Well, I'm deeply saddened by the loss of life and the scenes of devastation in the great country of Jamaica. And like the Honourable Member, I have relatives in Jamaica, and I thank and commend my Honourable friend for her personal fundraising efforts. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have been in touch with their counterparts to offer our full support, with 7.5 million of aid funding already mobilised. We've chartered flights from Jamaica for British nationals who are unable to fly home commercially. Jamaica will also receive 71 million from the Caribbean Risk Insurance Pool, funding which begun under the previous Labour government that they can draw on for their renewal.
Rishi Sunak.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for joining me at a recent event in Parliament to support the work of Prostate Cancer Research, a charity where I am an ambassador. He and I both believe that introducing a targeted national screening programme for prostate cancer is the right thing to do and would save lives. So does he also agree that the recent compelling results of the 162,000 patient European trial support this case, and that this evidence, alongside data from Prostate Cancer Research and others, should be given significant weight by the UK's National Screening Committee?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank the right honourable member. Too many of us will sadly know someone affected by prostate cancer, and I have too many members of my family that are living currently with prostate cancer, which is why I'm very proud to co-chair the Prostate Cancer Research event this year and last year with him, and I share his determination to boost research, speed up treatment and deliver better care. Now, he knows I'm biased, but these are rightly decisions for the Health Secretary. The UK National Screening Committee is reviewing the latest evidence of prostate screening and considering whether any changes should be made to save lives. We've invested 42 million jointly with prostate...
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 15 years, there have been 170 cases of matricide, and in 2022, more women were killed by their sons than by strangers. Child-to-parent abuse is often linked to complex mental health, and earlier this year, I met with Laura and Ian, who are doing all they can to support their son with his rehabilitation after serving time in prison. Mr. Speaker, they are living in constant fear of physical harm from their son, who they love and adore. Will the Deputy Prime Minister support me in meeting the relevant minister to discuss the effects of child-to-parent abuse?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Matricide is a horrific crime, and we're committed to tackling it. Our VORG strategy will set out how we will halve violence against women, including domestic abuse, over the next decade. And of course, I'll arrange for the Minister to meet with her.
Final question, Martin Vickers.
Mr. Speaker, Lindsay Oil Refinery in my constituency is under threat of closure with the loss of hundreds of jobs. A number of expressions of interest have been shown in taking over the whole site. If one of those passes the test of due diligence, could the Deputy Prime Minister give an assurance that the government will back the project and allow the continuation of operations at the refinery?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I can't give him that assurance from the dispatch box, but I will, of course, ensure that the relevant minister meets with him.
A point of order, is it to correct the number of questions that I was right and you were wrong? I hope you're not going for a job at the Treasury. Come on then, James Cartlidge.
It's on a serious issue, I think, Mr. Speaker, just to be clear. The Telegraph are reporting that a police manhunt has been launched for a second asylum seeker mistakenly freed from prison. The question is, Mr. Speaker, can you advise me on how I can ask the Justice Secretary whether he was aware of this when I asked him about it repeatedly in Prime Minister's question?
Do you want to? No. You put it on the record. Right, let's just move on. Front bench change over. We now come to the urgent question. Dame Priti Patel.
Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs if she'll make a statement on the government's approach to the worsening conflict in Sudan.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the whole House will join me in condemning the shocking violence against civilians in El Fasher. The latest reports, including 460 civilians being killed in a single attack, are harrowing. This is part of a pattern of appalling violence perpetrated against civilians. And it is just one element of the suffering driven by the war in Sudan, a conflict that has now created the worst humanitarian crisis on record. Over 30 million people need aid, and 12 million people have been displaced. Famine is spreading, and cholera is also now widespread, with life-saving assistance continuing to be blocked by the parties. As the Foreign Secretary said at the Manama Dialogue over the last weekend, no amount of aid can resolve a crisis of this magnitude until the guns fall silent. The world must do more. The UK is using all tools at our disposal to protect civilians, to get humanitarian aid to those in most need, and to secure a lasting ceasefire in Sudan. A year ago, the UK, along with Sierra Leone, brought a resolution to the UN Security Council. This would have brought forward concrete measures to protect civilians if it were not so cynically vetoed by Russia. 6 months ago, we brought international partners to London to host the London Sudan Conference to build consensus around strengthening humanitarian access and ending the war. On the 30th of October, we called an emergency UN Security Council session condemning the assault on El Fasher by the RSF and its devastating impact on the civilian population. We led a press statement to maintain the spotlight on the situation and pressure on the RSF to de-escalate in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2736. On Saturday, the Foreign Secretary announced a further £5 million in aid in response to the situation in El Fasher, which will provide life-saving food and health assistance, as well as support to survivors of sexual violence. This is on top of the £23 million we've already mobilised from existing budgets through partners such as the ICRC and the Sudan Humanitarian Fund. We're providing £120 million this year to the crisis in Sudan, and both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have been clear that this funding is protected. We will keep working at every level to bring this horrific conflict to an end.
Foreign Secretary,
Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question, the atrocities of recent days, including in Al Fasher, are beyond horrifying. The suffering inflicted on the Sudanese people by this war is an affront to humanity. Red lines have been crossed in the prosecution of this conflict that cannot be allowed to stand, especially by the UK as the penholder on Sudan at the UN Security Council. Britain needs to use its influence to coordinate a robust and stronger international action, to tighten the screws on the warring parties, press them into a ceasefire, and end this barbaric conflict. The government must go further and upgrade our support for those documenting evidence of these heinous crimes. So can the Minister confirm that that will happen? Will the Minister introduce more hard-hitting sanctions on the key operators and take concerted action to deter entities, individuals and businesses whose support continues to sustain this awful conflict? Are actions of this nature being coordinated with international partners? And what progress has been made to build up organic civilian political groups so that Sudan can move back to a civilian government after the ceasefire? It is essential that we have a credible day-after plan as soon as possible. On the dire humanitarian crisis, are the changing territorial positions of the warring parties having an impact on the ability to deliver aid? And if so, what is the plan to counter this? We note the announcement earlier this month, I think last week in Bahrain, of the £5 million being provided for emergency aid support for the survivors of sexual violence in El Fasher. The whole House will recognise the importance of getting aid to them. So what can the Minister say about the delivery of this urgently needed aid, and how is that happening? What discussions has the UK government had with the Sudan Quad in recent days? And how does the Minister define the UK's relationship with the Quad now and moving forward? Can the Minister also share his latest assessment of the region's wider ability to manage the fallout from this terrible conflict, and whether the government has carried out an assessment of what different outcomes from this conflict would mean for the security of the Red Sea. Mr. Speaker, those carrying out the atrocities in Sudan need to know that the whole world is watching them, they can see what they are doing, and that there will be consequences.
Minister.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for that important set of questions. On questions of accountability, we continue to lead the core group in Geneva. We are supporting the fact-finding mechanism of the United Nations. It is absolutely vital that work on accountability and justice continues. Those at the top of both the RSF and the Sudanese armed forces are responsible for the conduct of their forces, and they must be held accountable for the conduct of their forces. She is right, too, to raise questions about humanitarian aid. I can confirm, I'm afraid, that the shifting of the front lines is affecting aid delivery, and clearly aid is not reaching El Fasher in the volumes that are required. The reports, including from the World Health Organization last week, of both the events in El Fasher and the consequences for civilians are horrifying. I can confirm that both the Foreign Secretary and I in the region over the course of the weekend were in touch with many key players, including members of the Quad, the Secretary General of the Arab League, and a range of others. This is a situation of the utmost urgency, and more must be done.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The UN, as penholder for Sudan at the Security Council, has already played an important role in terms of calling an urgent Security Council meeting this week. But what the Honourable Gentleman says about Russia chimes with the experience that we had as a Select Committee when we visited New York, where we were told that it was suggested to us that the UK has held back from raising Sudan at the Security Council because of knowing that Russia was likely to veto it. So beyond direct aid funding, which I know is a priority for the Prime Minister, what can the United Kingdom do to focus the minds of the international community of the unfolding tragedy in Sudan, which has gone overlooked for far too long?
Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend for the question, and I know she's experienced in these issues. We continue. Questions of aid are absolutely vital, but as the Foreign Secretary has said over the weekend, simply aid is not enough in a conflict of this magnitude. We are working with all parties to try and ensure that there is a change in behaviour from the two conflict parties. They are taking steps which are not only inflicting horrific hardship and violence upon civilians of North Darfur and wider Sudan, but also restricting that vital flow of aid, which is so important. We will continue to work with a range of international partners, including the members of the Quad, in order to try and bring this conflict to a close. The Quad statement of the 12th of September is important. All external parties providing support to either side in the conflict must stop.
Callum Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, the Rapid Support Forces capture of El Fasher has ushered in a new phase of terror following its 18-month siege, and reports of systematic sexual violence against women and the summary execution of civilians are truly horrific. The Minister referred to the UN Security Council, which met last week, and demanded that all parties to the conflict protect civilians and abide by their obligations under international law. It is clear that those obligations are being entirely ignored. As the penholder for Sudan at the UN, the UK has a unique responsibility to show leadership and ensure that protection for citizens is more than just words. So I have three questions for the Minister. First, can he confirm whether the UK sought at the UN to secure a countrywide arms embargo? Second, does the government consider that the UAE is a party to the conflict? And third, in light of reports that British weapons have been supplied by the UAE to the RSF, will the government ban arms sales to the UAE until it can be proven that Abu Dhabi is not re-exporting British arms to the RSF?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity just to be clear about some of these reports about British arms, because I can see from previous discussions in this chamber that there is some confusion. There was an article which made reference to a range of different arms that might be in use in Sudan. I've already spoken about the importance that all external parties do not support the two parties. And let me be clear, the UK is providing no arms which are of use in the conflict. The article referred to, as I understand it, a seatbelt or a harness, which is not a prohibited item, components of an engine, and a target practice item for which all exports were stopped in 2017. Now, I want to reiterate how carefully and strictly we interpret our arms obligations. But I want to clear up any confusion for the House. These are not items that in some cases are prohibited at all. None of those items are eligible for export at the moment, and none of those items would make any difference to the conflict scenes that we're discussing this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation in Sudan is beyond devastating. Indeed, Sudan's own ambassador has warned that there is a genocide taking place there. But I really want to urge the Minister, as we focus on those that are being violated. So can he ensure that the UK government is going to be leading all the international efforts to bring the perpetrators of the disgraceful violence against women and girls to justice, no matter how long that process takes?
Minister.
My honourable friend asked a critical question, and I'm pleased to confirm to her that today the UK has called for a special session of the UN Human Rights Council in our capacity as leader of the Sudan core group. This is further action on our part to ensure that, exactly as she says, there is accountability and scrutiny in this horrific conflict.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
Obviously, it's absolutely appalling for the people there, but we can't insulate ourselves, can we, from these sort of conflicts? And Mali is about to be taken over by terrorists all over Africa. Young, energetic young men are fleeing, walking across to Libya, being tortured, ending up in Calais. It just seems to me we must think out of the box on this. We shouldn't be washing our hands of that. I'm with my right honourable friend. Why are we cutting overseas aid at this precise moment when the whole of Africa is in absolute turmoil? We're not an island. They're coming here. It'd be much better, actually, if we arrested and deported these young men, sent them back with some help, not just deport them, not just lock them up, send them help and help rebuild Sudan, Eritrea, Somalia. Well, after all, we are on one planet, aren't we?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Father of the House and my neighbour for the question. His questions often surprise me in the chamber. And I want to confirm to him that I'm very much alive to the issues that he describes. I was in Algiers, I think 2 weeks ago, where I met young men exactly of the profile he describes, seeking to leave Mali, getting stuck somewhere on their way to the UK. The conditions that they find themselves in are very much more brutal than what the cruel human traffickers tell them when they leave their home country, and many of them wish to return. I will have to check subsequently, but I think the number from the support that we have provided in Algeria is 6,000 of men and women who will have returned to their country rather than attempt their onwards forward journey into Europe and possibly eventually to the UK. This is vitally important work. In our efforts to smash the gangs and stop the boats, we must look, as he says, right back to the places of origin, which includes some of the places we're talking about today.
James Nish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At present, it's estimated that 11.7 million civilians have been forcibly displaced, of which 840,000 are currently in Chad, which of course has its own issues. I wondered if the Minister could update us on what support is being provided to Chad and neighbouring countries who are currently housing refugees from Sudan.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we have a programme of supporting refugees displaced in the region. As my honourable friend rightly says, there are a range of challenges for Sudan's neighbours, and the burden of refugee support falls particularly heavily, often on places with the fewest resources of their own. I'm very happy to write to him with some of the specific details about Chad, but after serving 2 years in Juba during the time of the Right Honourable Gentleman as the Secretary of State for DFID, I know what a significant impact it can have. Conflict in the region does indeed displace large numbers of people with huge pressures on the public services elsewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question today and underlining the importance of this matter by allowing further discussion on Sudan in the House. The Minister is doing a very good job, but the whole House needs top-level Prime Ministerial involvement in this, in the same way that Sir Tony Blair and my noble friend Lord Cameron were involved when they were Prime Minister, because what we are witnessing is wholesale slaughter. It's not today about money and humanitarian aid. It's about impunity. that these murderous thugs are bragging online about their part in the ethnic cleansing which is taking place. We need to keep very strong records to hold as many of these people as we can to account. And we need more action at the UN where Britain holds the pen. We need to demand access for an African Union UN delegation to go to El Fasher and to meet with the leaders of the RSF. And we need to prepare international sanctions to be visited on all their leaders.
Minister.
The right honourable gentleman makes a powerful point based on long years of experience, and I'll certainly discuss his suggestions with the Minister for Africa.
And Lee Stotts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As well as the IPC recently discovering conditions of famine in El Fasher and in Kadugli, it stated that conditions in Dilling, South Kordofan, are likely similar to Kadugli, but can't be classified due to insufficient reliable data. Does he agree that just as it's unacceptable to indiscriminately kill civilians, health workers and aid workers and restrict aid access, it's also unacceptable to deny access for the purposes of famine classification? And is the government making that point to the belligerents?
Minister.
It's a very important point, and it is absolutely vital that IPC has the access it requires in order to make its classifications. I note with alarm and dismay how often this House is relying upon IPC classifications, not just in Sudan, but of course in Gaza as well, and it is vital that they can do their work properly, so their classifications, which are the world standard, can be relied upon.
Ray Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night at the adjournment debate, I called for a Lancaster House-style conference to be called for all the parties in the Sudan conflict, so that a way to peace can be found. Calls were also expressed from government benches for a peace-making force. Due to the urgency of the situation, can the Minister please see to it that both these suggestions are investigated and discussions opened with our partners in the region, including Nigeria, so that these can be enacted? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I take note of the honourable gentleman's suggestions. I'm sure he'll be aware that 6 months ago we did host, I think it was in Lancaster House, a conference for the whole world in order to try and make progress on this question. We did so mostly privately, given the sensitivities for all involved. We will continue to do all that we can diplomatically, both publicly in the UN, behind closed doors, as part of a concerted effort to try and bring this violence to an end.
David Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to associate myself with the comments, the remarks from the Honourable Member for Rugby yesterday, who noted that in previous conflicts in the world there had been concerted efforts to bring in some form of UN peacekeeping force. I note that this is not something, unfortunately, in today's world that seems to be very popular, and I forgive the Minister if he thinks this is a naive question, but what efforts, in addition to the humanitarian aid that we're giving, the diplomacy we're doing, can we do to actually stop civilians being killed right now by looking at any form of peacekeeping force, whether it be UN or African Union or whatever might, a coalition of the willing, to stop the civilians being killed right now?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend asks the right set of questions. Of course, the first priority must be a ceasefire. There has been, as I know my honourable friend knows, peacekeeping forces in Darfur before, and they have faced very considerable difficulties in exercising their mandate when the conflict parties are not themselves prepared to take that vital first step, which is a ceasefire.
Mr. Speaker, I've asked it before and I'll ask the Minister again. When is the government going to publish its Africa strategy, North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa? Because I fear there'll be other events like this, other conflicts like this. And as the UK, the US and the French have divested politically, economically, diplomatically, and in terms of provision of aid, we've seen others fill the vacuum, such as China and Russia and proxies and terrorist groups, etc. So unless the US and the UK and the French and other partners and allies get together and get back into Africa to support fragile governments, stopping them becoming failed governments, we are likely to see our adversaries advance all over Africa, including Commonwealth countries, and we're more likely to see more bloodshed, more rape, more torture, and to quote one of our UK papers, hell on earth in Sudan.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his commitment to these issues. I'd reassure him, I think I've been in North Africa twice in 2 weeks, and we will continue as a ministerial team to pay Africa the attention that it deserves. I'll have to revert to him on the question of the timetable for publishing the Africa strategy.
Mr. Speaker, despite being the largest humanitarian catastrophe on the planet, despite the mass rape and slaughter of civilians, when it comes to Sudan, it feels like the world has taken a moral holiday. The atrocity in Al Fasher were entirely foreseeable. This conflict isn't new. I understand the Foreign Secretary is leading the fight to keep Sudan on the agenda and to secure accountability for the mass atrocities in Darfur. But does the Minister agree with me that it's time global leaders followed UK's example and showed the moral resolve and moral courage and the leadership needed to end this deadly assault?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for making that important point. It's one that both I and the Foreign Secretary agree with, and I'll quote the Foreign Secretary from the weekend: the world must do more.
Sir Judy Lewis.
I repeat the question I asked his ministerial colleague last week. Are there no other regional powers that could intervene physically to separate the warring parties? And may I put it to him that whilst it is very fortunate that thanks to his honourable friend for Oxford East and now the Shadow Foreign Secretary and Mr Speaker that we've been granted successive urgent questions on this in successive weeks, it would be a recognition of the anxiety felt in all parts of the House if the government would make regular ministerial statements rather than us having to rely on such applications for urgent questions.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I'm sure the House knows, this ministerial team is very happy to return to the House on a regular basis, and Mr Speaker provides us plenty of opportunities to do so. I'll take back his comments to the responsible minister, and for reasons I'm sure he'll understand, I'll decline his invitation to comment on the regional balance of military forces.
Tahir Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sudan is facing the worst humanitarian crisis in the world at the moment, with 150,000 people killed in the last 2 years, over 14 million displaced. There's two aspects to this. Humanitarian aid has to get to those that are affected, and it needs to get there urgently. And secondly, what measures will the government take to stop the murder, rape and torture of innocent civilians in Sudan?
Minister.
I agree very much with my honourable friend in what he says about aid access. In terms of the tangible steps that we are taking, we are, as I said earlier, we have called today for an emergency session of the UN Human Rights Council on these questions. We've supported the fact-finding mission. My colleague, the Minister for Africa, conducted an event in the UN General Assembly in September. The Foreign Secretary has described some of the work that she has done as well. We will keep at it as long as it takes.
British-made military equipment has been found in conflict zones in Sudan. This includes Cummins engines found in armoured vehicles, which were not subject to export licensing, did not go through any checks, and were not subject to any diversion checks having been sent to the UAE. Now, the Minister dismissed the concerns raised by the Honourable Member earlier, but is it not clear that our arms export licensing system is not functioning, not fit for purpose, that it needs a full review, that we should have an embargo on all arms exports to the UAE now, and that the UK government, I agree with him, needs to do more, as does the world? Does that not include international pressure and sanctions on all those with links to the warring party, including, as I understand it, both the UAE and Egypt, who are supporting and fuelling the conflict in Sudan, the horrific conflict?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is absolutely vital that external weaponry does not flow into Sudan at this time. As I wouldn't wish to characterise my remarks to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson earlier as dismissing his concerns. It was an effort to be precise about what it is we're talking about. So we're talking about a seatbelt, the article in question, a seatbelt, a target practice item, and components of an engine. Now, those components of an engine may have been licensed at a previous time, licenses which since would not apply in order to get into Sudan, But we need to be clear, these are neither bombs nor bullets, nor are they items which are likely to be irreplaceable. We are looking very carefully at these reports, but given the tone of some of the commentary in this House, I want to be absolutely clear what it is that we're talking about. Our arms export licensing regime is some of the strongest in the world, and I recognise the strength of concerns in the House, but we have a duty and an obligation to be precise about what it is we are talking about. These are not arms, as the public would understand them. It is right that the Honourable Member raises the questions of the engine components, and we are looking carefully at the reports about when they may have been transferred. But let us not be under any illusions that the components for that engine are unlikely to be a substantial contribution to the absolutely devastating violence that we see.
Nav Mishra.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 3.5 million children under 5 years of age are suffering from acute malnutrition. In January 2025, the former Biden administration said that it judged that the RSF and associated militias have committed genocide in Sudan. So can I ask the Minister if the British government shares that opinion of the former Biden administration?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the House will know, genocide determinations are, in the view of the British government, a question for competent courts. That does not in any way take away from the horror of what we see and the reports that we receive, including the WHO reports of early last week, which are absolutely horrifying about the scale of the violence taking place in Sudan.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sudan is a crushingly poor country, but it's not without resources, so it's hardly surprising that malign state actors and their proxies are closely involved in it and not in a good way. What can be done in particular to disrupt the smuggling of gold from Sudan by the Wagner Group to Syria in order to fund Russia's war in Ukraine?
The Honourable Gentleman, my predecessor, makes an important point about the role of what was known as the Wagner Group and now Africa Corps. They have suffered some setbacks in the region, not least in Syria, but they continue to play a deeply malign role. We are quite focused on what Russian support is doing to that part of the world, and it is all malign, and we will continue to bear down on those questions in the way he would expect.
I understand the importance of this urgent question, but we have substantial business to get through today, so I ask that questions are short and answers, Minister, are just as short and on point. Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I welcome the aid that the Minister has outlined for this horrific crisis. And I recognise he is right to say that we must be precise about what, if any, military involvement the UK may have via arms sales. He will have also heard the concern about the UAE and what is happening. Amnesty International have described them as a hub for arms diversion for many years, affecting conflicts not just in Sudan but Eritrea. Could he update the House? He says they're looking closely at these reports about arms sales. Could he update us on what conversations he's had with our counterparts in the UAE about this and how we close those loopholes so that everybody can have confidence in this matter?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we have looked closely at the reports from The Guardian and the associated documentary evidence that they've provided. I've tried to set out what our assessment is of those reports. We are looking still particularly at this question of the engine in relation to what licensing arrangements it may have, by which it may have made its way to Sudan. But this is not similar to some of the reports I've seen online and elsewhere. This is not large-scale British arms. This is 3 specific components, and the dossier of documents included a range of other countries, and that's why I focus my remarks more broadly. Let me reassure her too that, of course, the UK and the UAE continue to discuss these issues, including on Friday between the Foreign Secretary and her counterpart.
Caroline Volden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, given the horrendous apocalyptic scenes we're seeing in Sudan and the fact that 25 million people are now estimated to be in acute hunger, does the Minister still think it was right for the Government to cut our overseas development aid budget? And can he commit to the House that the Government will increase it back to 0.5% of national income and use this funding to fund the UK's response in Sudan, which is so desperately needed?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy to enter into the wider debate about aid funding, whether it's in relation to Sudan, Afghanistan or Gaza, but I also have to tell the House what I see on a day-to-day basis, which is in Sudan, just as in those other countries that I have mentioned, the single most significant cause of harm is restrictions on access, and it is the actions of the participants to the conflict. So there is a debate to be had about the overall aid budget, but in moments such as this, when aid is being cruelly deprived from areas that require it, we need to focus where responsibility lies, and that is with the parties to the conflict.
Steve Race.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the government for the leadership they're showing on Sudan, including last week's statement on the UN. The Minister's right to stress both the urgency and the horror of the current situation in El Fasher and beyond. Could he set out what is required next of the UN, both in terms of process but also in terms of outcomes as well, to try to stop the violence and to tackle the humanitarian crisis that is ongoing?
There are three particular areas where we're focused on UN action. One is in relation to the fact-finding mission, which we have supported, which is critical for accountability and justice. The other is in relation to the Human Rights Council itself, where, as I said earlier, there will be an emergency session, and we'll be discussing with our partners on the UN Security Council what more can be done following the events last week at the Council.
Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The 25 million people that are starving at the moment in Sudan are victims, obviously, of the most ghastly proxy war that's going on. What engagement does the government have with the UAE on all this and their wider war objectives because of the vast mineral deposits that exist all over Sudan and in Darfur, which clearly a lot of people have got their very greedy eyes on, and the poorest people in the poorest place, as ever, are victims of this war?
There have been a number of contributions this afternoon about the various countries with an interest in the region. We do, of course, continue to discuss events in Sudan with all of the members of the Quad, with all of those in the region with an interest, and that includes the UAE, who we spoke to on Friday.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I echo those who've highlighted that the atrocities in Sudan are absolutely abhorrent. I welcome the fact that the Minister has said we must hold those responsible to account. So can I ask for some further reassurance that he will press for the expansion of the ICC's jurisdiction to international crimes committed across the whole of Sudan?
As I understand it, the ICC already has the necessary powers and indeed has secured a conviction for crimes committed in 2003. I'm sure the House will find news of that conviction, I'm sure many are aware, not reassuring 20 years after the fact, but the importance of accountability measures taking place whenever they can, even as is after a long delay, is still an important contribution to the international justice architecture. But I'm happy to look at the question of mandate if he's concerned about it.
Wrigley.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister's acknowledgement that the situation in Sudan, the conflict and the horror in Sudan is urgent. But I hear lots of talk of continuing actions, and other than an emergency meeting called today, nothing actually urgently happening. What steps is the Minister taking to actually change and move forward and try some new things and make something urgently happen to stop this horrible conflict?
I would just remind the honourable gentleman that, yes, we have called for an emergency meeting in the Human Rights Council today. We have been in discussions with our partners today. Over the weekend, we announced a further £5 million. The Foreign Secretary has been extensively engaged in discussions with all those with influence on the question, and I have been playing my part in the region this weekend as well. We will continue to be as imaginative and as determined as the House would expect us to be.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rape and violence against women and girls has been used as a weapon of war in Al Fasher, with militia acting with impunity. So can the Minister explain what support has been provided to NGOs working on the ground to support the victims, and does he agree with me that diplomatic efforts need to be ramped up to stop this horrific situation?
I do agree with her on the importance of diplomatic efforts. We have provided support particularly for the question of sexual-based gendered violence. That includes sending out a special team under the auspices of UN Women, and we are working closely with international NGOs, both through the Sudan Humanitarian Fund and through other partners too.
Freddie Van Merle.
Thank you,
Madam Deputy Speaker, the public watching will be rightly confused to hear the Minister and Shadow Minister speak of the importance of aid when it is their governments that walked back the aid budget to 0.3%, a large percentage of which is spent in the UK. So what assessment has the Minister made on the ability of the UK to support international aid efforts in Sudan and indeed around the world?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to be so clear about what is the significant driver of the hardship in Sudan. I'm happy to have this debate at some other time, but it is absolutely clear that it is the conduct of the parties. I am sure that there will be a debate at other times about the overall question about the percentages of aid. But Sudan has been protected, as I said in my statement, as has the aid for Gaza. We are trying to focus in areas where we can have the greatest impact. But when the primary issue is about humanitarian access and the conduct of the parties, it is right that this chamber focuses on those questions.
Rachel Maskell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Independent Commissioner on Aid Impacts observations in our evidence to the International Development Select Committee were insightful when it talks about the focus of government as the pen holder. So can the Minister say how he is convening and using the strength of the UK to bring parties together to stop the flow of arms into Sudan, mercenaries and other resources?
Madam Deputy Speaker, at the Security Council, we of course use our role as pen holder, but we try and use the full range of our obligations at the UN on this question, including being the leader of the core group on Sudan at the Human Rights Council, and that's why we've taken the action that we've taken today.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in addition to surviving bombs, bullets and sexual violence, the 24 million people in Sudan are facing an acute food shortage. According to Save the Children, people are eating leaves, grass and even peanut shells in order to survive. This has been further compounded by the expulsion of the World Food Programme Director and Emergency Coordinator. So can I ask the Minister what steps, if any, he has taken or his department has taken to ensure that the World Food Programme and other United Nations agencies can continue delivering life-saving assistance without obstruction immediately?
The Honourable Gentleman raises an important point, and I can confirm that we have raised with both parties to the conflict directly the importance of the issues that he's discussing.
Smith.
Deputy Speaker, what's happening in El Fasher is nothing short of catastrophic. My former colleagues at the International Rescue Committee report that despite more than 250,000 people living in El Fasher, fewer than 5,000 have actually been able to flee and make it to nearby Tawila. And this suggests that many may be dead or trapped in the city or along the route. Can the Minister say more about what the government can do to get these civilians out?
My honourable friend is experienced in these matters. She asks the right set of questions. Details of what has happened in El Fasher and indeed what is still happening are horrifying and continue to come out from North Darfur. We are doing everything we can to try and ensure the safe passage of civilians, but I must be clear with the House. Progress is limited, and what is facing civilians in North Darfur remains appalling.
Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister very much for his answers. Open Doors reported there's been a spike in the abduction and killing of Christian men, women and children by radical Islamic groups. Church leaders have been targeted by false charges including terrorism and apostasy. Christian converts face violence, forced marriage, sexual violence, losing custody of their children. Many Christians are forced to flee their homes as they feel that the stay is unsustainable. So action for those persecuted Christians is needed. Minister, what can be done to protect and to stop violence against Christians and religious minorities? Thanks so much.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the freedom of religious belief is absolutely vital in the region. I've raised these questions in the region in the past few weeks, and I'll provide him a further update about what we have done in Sudan specifically. Obviously, in the wider context that we're discussing, almost everybody is facing very serious risks to their human rights, but I'll provide him an update in due course.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I said before, this is a war on women, but women are also fighting hard as human rights defenders in the diaspora and in Sudan, whether they're running emergency response rooms or advocating for change. So can you say more about how we're ensuring our aid is going to grassroots women's rights-based organisations, and in the discussions at the UN, in line with the Women, Peace and Security agenda, will we ensure that women's voices are heard?
my honourable friend is a doughty champion for these issues, and I know she's committed to them both in this House and before. We are focused on ensuring that our aid does reach women and focus on the issues that is obviously particularly facing women, including sexual and gender-based violence, as I said earlier. That includes both the work through UN Women that I described and indeed the work through mutual aid groups and a number of other measures. I'll ask the Minister for Africa to set that out in a little bit more detail for her.
Ferguson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as people continue to flee from El Fasher to Tawila, a town which is already sheltering some 652,000 displaced people, it's very clear that not only is the situation on the ground in Sudan extremely dangerous, not to mention barbarous in some cases, but is also chaotic. And it's likely that Sudan is going to need support ongoing for a very long time. Are those discussions that the Minister has had with colleagues at the UN and in other interested countries to make sure that that support is there to support the country whenever we have the opportunity to give them that aid?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish we were in a position where we can talk about longer-term questions. As the front lines continue to move rapidly, as the conflict continues in such an active phase, our efforts, as I'm sure my honourable friend will understand, has been most focused on urgent questions of ceasefire.
Helena Dollymore.
Deputy Speaker, I share the view of members across the House that the crisis in Sudan is simply not getting enough focus from the world, and I thank the Minister for his leadership in this area. It's an absolutely horrendous situation we face in Sudan, and last week the attack on the maternity hospital in El Fasher, over almost 500 civilians killed, and in the words of the UN Relief Chief, women and girls are being raped, mutilated and killed with utter impunity. We know this is a trend that we see increasing across the world, with more aid workers being killed, more health workers being killed. So can the Minister tell me what the government is doing to make sure aid workers and health workers are not targeted, what we are doing to tackle rape and sexual violence in conflict, and also will he add his remarks to the fact that 11 UN staff are still being held hostage in Yemen by the Houthis, another example of attacks on health and aid workers across the world?
I'm grateful to my honourable friends for raising this specific attack. I mean, the details of this attack are truly horrifying. And marauding through a hospital, killing civilians ward by ward, including the sick and the injured. This is a truly barbaric attack, and it is vital that we have accountability for it, not simply for the people of Sudan, but because we cannot, as a country, we cannot, as an international system, allow these things to pass without that justice and accountability. She raises important points about Yemen. The conduct of the Houthis has been appalling. I'm pleased to inform the House that some of those detained UN officials have now safely left Yemen, but it is a worrying and deeply disturbing trend of Houthi capture of aid workers.
Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Similar to the attack on the hospital, it's estimated 80% of health facilities in conflict-affected regions are no longer operating, and those that are facing a shortage of medicine and supplies, leading to a resurgence of cholera, measles, dengue fever, malaria, as well as neglected tropical diseases such as leishmaniasis, leprosy and coercive. What steps is the government taking to ensure that humanitarian assistance and medicines are getting to those who need it most?
My honourable friend raised an important point. Cholera is now endemic in Sudan. The spread of waterborne diseases is increasingly common in humanitarian crises. I know on the benches on both sides there are those with experience of post-disaster recovery, and those questions of water and sanitation are always so vital, and it is deeply disturbing that in so many places we are seeing these outbreaks. The government will continue to do all we can in the way I've described.
That is the end of the urgent question on conflict in Sudan. I'll give the front benches a moment or two to shuffle over before we come to the next bit of business. Order. Before we come to the statement from the Education Secretary, the Speaker is disappointed that this announcement has been widely trailed in the media this morning, before this House has had an opportunity to hear directly from the Government. I remind the Government front bench that the expectation set out in the Government's Ministerial Code is that when Parliament is in session, the most important announcements of government policy should be made in the first instance in Parliament. I know the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee is looking into how this expectation is currently observed and whether it continues to meet the needs of the House. I look forward to seeing the outcome of that work. Furthermore, engaging directly with the Speaker on such announcements is no substitute for the courtesy that this House deserves. And now comes a statement on curriculum and assessment review, and I call the Secretary of State, Bridget Philpson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I note your comments and I'll make sure that they are taken forward. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will now make a statement to update the House on this Government's plans to renew the national curriculum, to secure for every child an education steeped in our rich history, ready to shape our country into the 2030s and beyond. And as I outline the future of our national curriculum, I do so in full knowledge of its past. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was in the first wave to benefit from a process begun by Jim Callaghan with his great education debate, his ambition for a curriculum of universal high standards. And when Lord Baker introduced a national curriculum for the very first time in 1988, my generation secured a common entitlement to share in the core wisdom that we as a nation value most. Since then, our national curriculum has evolved under successive governments, and now it must evolve again, because the world is changing as never before. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, hyperconnectivity. Where once our young people had to compete locally, the playing field is now global. They are stepping into a world of huge opportunity, but also a world of immense change and challenge. A muddy landscape of misinformation and social media. And our current curriculum no longer arms them for this brave new world. It lacks the breadth of knowledge and skills our children need, not only for the jobs that they'll go on to do, but for the lives they will go on to lead. We need more, and they need more. Because our curriculum sits at the centre of an education system that has forgotten too many children. White working class children, children with SEND, the children who are bright but bored, not engaged as they should be, not achieving as they should. And that's why I asked Professor Becky Francis and an external panel of experts to review our curriculum and assessment and qualifications, to equip every child, every young person to achieve and thrive. And I want to thank Professor Francis and the whole panel for their hard work and expertise. The review's final report and our government response have both been published today. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we'll publish a revised curriculum in 2027 for first teaching in 2028. We'll update our GCSEs for first teaching from 2029. And we're planning to deliver new V-level qualifications from 2027. This government is facing the future boldly, taking our education system from narrow to broad. And that means a curriculum rich in knowledge, strong on skills, and in everything that we do, uncompromising on high standards, grounding every child's education in the most important knowledge and disciplinary skills to master every subject. More specific on the most important content to sharpen understanding. More coherent in how different subjects slot together to spark connections. A truly world-leading curriculum, supportive, challenging, urging all children on. And be in no doubt, I will put high standards to work in the service of every child's future. And Madam Deputy Speaker, our work starts in the early years. Through our Best Start family hubs, we're supporting parents as their children take those first steps into learning. We're setting the foundations for their futures, developing language early, expanding the reach of maths champions, introducing children to number early on. And as children arrive at school, they'll begin to master those core subjects, the ones that unlock the rest of the curriculum, reading especially. Whether it's step-by-step instructions for a science experiment or a question in maths, reading is essential in every subject. It adds texture, colour and context. Like in history, reading letters from soldiers on the front line of the Second World War. We've got to build that right from the beginning. And that's why we're introducing new training for reception teachers to meet our ambition for 90% of children to reach the expected standard in the phonics screening check. And we'll double our reading ambition for all teacher training for children who need the most help, reaching more than 1,200 primary schools. And we'll train more teachers in 600 schools to help them teach reading fluency. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, together with reading must come writing and speaking. Because in life, we all need to express ourselves clearly and confidently, out loud or in writing. In July, we published the new writing framework, evidence-based ways to teach writing to children. And now we're going further, improving the primary writing assessment to focus on fluency. And we'll design a new oracy framework, supporting children to become assured and fluent speakers and listeners by the time they leave primary school. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, too many children are falling through the gaps in that jump to secondary school, and that includes reading. Learning not just to read, but to read well must be the entitlement of every child. It is the single most powerful driver of life chances that we have. Yet too often, problems that begin in primary are left adrift in those first years of secondary. The focus fades just when it should intensify. So to make sure every school is on top of this, we're introducing a new statutory reading test for all pupils in Year 8. We'll expect all schools to assess progress in writing and maths in Year 8 as well, checking excellence in those vital skills. And our new RISE Key Stage 3 Alliance will spread excellence from one school to the next. All children will benefit from a new combined oracy, reading and writing framework, embedded across the entire secondary curriculum. And the brand new digital version of the national curriculum will also help teachers strengthen those connections across subjects and stages. And on these firm foundations, we'll build choice and breadth as children move into secondary school. And that means preparing them to tell fact from fiction, truth from lies, right from wrong. Our young people need that rich core of knowledge and skills, the high standards that I am determined to drive. But we must take literacy further and wider. The reformed English programme of study and English language GCSE will open students up to a wide range of texts, to see how arguments are made across different types of media, to discover the power of persuasion and emotive language in different contexts, and to understand how they can be used not just to educate, but to manipulate, exploited by dark forces online to spread lies and sow division. That's why we're building media literacy, preparing young people not to consume passively, but to engage critically, to recognise and reject disinformation. But we're not just boosting media literacy, digital literacy as well, through a reformed computing curriculum to navigate the opportunities and challenges of AI and much more, and financial literacy to empower young people to make informed choices about money, saving and investing. All of our plans to take education from narrow to broad. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need a fundamental shift in what we value in our secondary schools. And for that, we need a fundamental shift in how we measure attainment and progress to deliver the breadth that we want to see. And that's why today I can announce that we will consult on an improved version of Progress 8 and Attainment 8. Because the current structure holds us back on subjects that strengthen our economy and our society. And too often it restricts choice, turning children away from subjects like drama, art and design and music. Madam Deputy Speaker, our creative industries are a source of such national pride. But as Ed Sheeran has said so powerfully, we can't continue to lead on the world stage without a broad base in our schools at home. The arts should be for all, not just a lucky few. And we'll revitalise arts education, putting it back at the heart of a rich and broad curriculum. And to encourage variety to flourish in our curriculum, we will measure what matters, balancing breadth with a strong academic core, a mastery of the fundamentals combined with student choice, academic excellence on a broad scale in every classroom, art studio, dance hall and science lab. And in those science labs, a new triple science entitlement will give all young people the best opportunity to get into exciting new careers in clean energy, digital technologies and life sciences, building the strongest STEM foundations, combining with a new computing GCSE for students to excel in the new advanced digital and AI qualifications, addressing critical skills gaps in the tech sector. Going further to a new enrichment entitlement for all, civic engagement, culture, nature and adventure, sport, deepening children's investment in their time at school. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it can't begin and end in our schools. It must stretch from the Best Start in Life programme through to the Post-16 White Paper. And last month, I updated this House on our plan for skills. And much of that is about supporting young people to build on this new curriculum, to make their post-16 choices from a clear landscape of A-levels, T-levels and new V-levels, clearer pathways through learning and into work, the skills to find a good job and get on in life. Madam Deputy Speaker, Professor Francis and the expert panel have delivered a strong set of recommendations upon which we will now build. Our new curriculum will be an expression of who we are as a modern nation, the knowledge, skills and values and the ideas that will bring us together and take us forward, building on the past to shape the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, for families who have withdrawn from education, the national curriculum will be a chance to rediscover the power of learning once again, and for every child across the country. An invitation not just to share in our national story, but to write the next chapter. And I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Laura Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of her statement. I also thank Professor Francis for her work, and any criticism of today's announcement is directed not at her, but at the government's response to her review. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do welcome some of the measures announced today. I am pleased that the government has not moved away from our phonics reforms. In 2012, only 58% of 6-year-olds met the expected reading standard. Today, that figure stands over 80%. Primary school children in England are now the best readers in the Western world. I also note the introduction of a Year 8 reading test, which I support in principle. Properly implemented, this could help ensure pupils maintain strong reading skills into secondary school. However, the review recommends maths and English tests, so I ask, why is the Secretary of State not making maths statutory? However, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have serious concerns that proposed wider changes will water down standards, lower expectations and divert teaching time away from the core education, which gives every child the best chance to get on in life. The temptation to make the curriculum a repository for every social concern is ever present. But when everything is a priority, nothing is. If we keep adding and adding, we risk diluting the very core that underpins academic success. There are many things that the government talk about adding in today, but there is little honesty about what will be squeezed out as a result. I hope, in her response, the Secretary of State will be honest about what is being taken out, particularly of the primary curriculum. On the specific points, firstly, the review states that it is vital that schools and colleges are able to innovate and that teachers have flexibility to extend the curriculum. I agree. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's disastrous schools bill does precisely the opposite by making the national curriculum compulsory for all schools and stripping away teachers' freedom to adapt to the needs of pupils. It is nonsensical to talk about innovation while stifling it. She should abandon her assault on academy freedoms. Second, the proposal to reduce the number of exams by 10% on the grounds that, I quote, only Singapore does more. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, Singapore also tops the international league tables in maths and literacy. Surely we should be learning from Singapore's education system, not disparaging it. Thirdly, the abolition of the English Baccalaureate, which we put in place in order to give all children the chance to learn an academic core. Scrapping the EBAC is a backwards step. It will steer pupils away from history and languages, leaving fewer children with an understanding of our national story and fewer equipped to engage in a global economy. The irony is not lost on me that the Education Secretary herself studied history and languages. Why is she pulling up the drawbridge behind her and denying more young people the very opportunities that she benefited from? Fourth, her new compulsory citizenship curriculum for primary schools. forcing primary schools to use precious time to teach deprived pupils about media literacy and climate change before ensuring that they can read, write and add up is not going to encourage social mobility, which I thought that they cared about. And it is not clear at all how they're going to make time for this. What aspects of children's education are being sacrificed for the Secretary of State's political posturing? Madam Deputy Speaker, as for new lessons on digital literacy and misinformation, I feel like a broken record. The Education Secretary said on the radio this morning, and I quote, "I am worried about children spending hours in their bedroom looking at poisonous material that drips hate in their ears." I agree. The Right Honourable Lady is right, and I have a very easy solution. Get smartphones out of schools and ban all our under-16s from social media. That doesn't need a lesson. It's something they have the power to do right now to help children with the vile content that they are seeing online, the behaviour issues that we are seeing in schools, social media-driven knife crime, effects on attainment. I think the Education Secretary needs a lesson on social media harms, not children. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, her changes to school accountability. Professor Francis was clear in her report, "Do not change Progress 8. She wrote, and I quote, "We are strongly committed to the Progress 8 measure. It supports both student progress and curriculum breadth. We are therefore recommending making no changes." Yet, no, this is the review. Yet the Education Secretary has overruled the review, her own independent review. Why? We've been here before. Under the last Labour government, standards fell. Ambition shrank, and the attainment gap widened. The number of pupils studying core academic subjects halved. Britain slid down international rankings. It took Conservative reformers like Michael Gove and Nick Give to turn that around with evidence-driven policy.
Order. Can I... Ms Trott, you've run over your time. I hope you're going to conclude very fast, very quickly.
Rigorous assessment and high expectation. That formula works with English schools soaring back up the global rankings. Madam Deputy Speaker, we on this side will always stand up for rigour, for evidence and the life-changing power of high standards. And we will fight Labour's education vandalism every step of the way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady said at the start that any criticism was levelled my way. But then she went on to criticise many of the recommendations in the review. Has she even bothered to read it at all? And she comes here time and again, every single time, full of sound and fury and signifying nothing. And yes, Shakespeare is here to stay on the national curriculum. She tries to paint the report and our response as undoing the achievements in schools, and nothing could be further from the truth. We're not abandoning it, we're building on it, with a curriculum that will allow all young people to achieve high standards, core academic subjects alongside the breadth that they deserve. And our reforms have higher standards right at their heart. They will raise standards of pupils right across the curriculum, including in speaking and listening, reading, writing and in maths. And our improved Progress 8 and Attainment 8 measures will ensure that students retain a strong academic core, but with a breadth to expand into further study. And she might oppose the changes that we're setting out, but to date they have won support from the Sutton Trust, from employers like the CBI, and from Sir Hamid Patel, the wonderful leader at Star Academies who backs the changes that we are making, that they signal both a welcome emphasis on creativity, reflecting amazing career opportunities, but with continued affirmation that success in English and maths is critical for everyone's life chances, and I couldn't agree more. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that it is important that our new measures do provide that breadth and enrichment. Leaving aside that the arts and creative subjects are worth up to £125 billion to our country, they employ 2.4 million people in our country. I want more young people to have brilliant careers and opportunities in those fields. and the two are not in opposition. We can and will deliver high and strong academic standards alongside making sure that a broad and rich curriculum is the entitlement of every child in our country. And there was once a time when the party opposite supported that idea. It's why they introduced a national curriculum to apply in every school. We are restoring the Conservative principle of the national curriculum applying for every child. I benefited from that. I want every child in our country to benefit from that. Madam Deputy Speaker, the curriculum hasn't been updated for over a decade. Parents want one that is fit for the future. Employers back what we are doing, and children deserve it. And the changes that we're setting out today will secure better life chances for all of our children.
Darren Paffy.
Can I welcome a curriculum review that will break down barriers? It opens up so much of the digital and financial literacy that they seem to think is unimportant to all, but we know will raise aspirations by equipping young people from all backgrounds. I have two questions that I would like to ask the Secretary of State. One is on examinations. We know that this country has an examination overload, and I welcome the reduction, the proposed reduction by 10%. The experts do. I would listen to them before I listen to the front bench any day. Their front bench, but would the if you listen you'll hear it, but would the Secretary of State please look at the overall load throughout school, not just GCSE year, and make comments about the introduction of an additional Year 8 diagnostic and how she sees that panning out. And my second question, and I declare an interest as the Vice Chair of the Modern Languages APPG, we broadly welcome the government response, which is going further than the recommendations that are in there and the recognition of importance. While it is right to scrap the EBAC, which has never really been taken seriously by professionals, could the Secretary of State please say how she would stop uptake from dropping immediately? What other incentives will there be? And how will she, when will she deliver the feasibility review of the very welcome new qualification that is being based on the expertise of languages ladders, which I know the sector welcomes?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Where it comes to languages, I share his determination to make sure that more young people have the chance to study modern languages. There is a particular challenge that we face around transition from primary to secondary. The review makes that clear, and that is one area for further action. But where it came to the EBAC, I'm afraid it didn't have the outcome that was intended in terms of improving take-up of languages. We're no further forward than we were in 2010 in terms of percentage figures. We aren't any further forward. We are seeing increases in the numbers of teachers coming forward to train in modern languages, and that is welcome. I also believe that a new stepped qualification will provide a useful route for more young people to study languages in order to move on to GCSE. And where it comes to exams and the time, particularly at GCSE, Ofqual have been clear that 10% is more than achievable. That amounts to 2.5 to 3 hours, achievable in reducing the time spent in exams, while at no point compromising the integrity or the high quality and standards of the system. And we will work with the regulator in order to make that happen. We are an international outlier where it comes to the amount of time that our children spend in exams at GCSE. And in terms of the Year 8 reading test, we will introduce a statutory reading test to make sure that problems are identified and children are supported. And that will run alongside diagnostic maths and writing tests as well, to ensure that children are also making progress in those key areas. But if you can't read well, you can't do anything else.
The Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Munira Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of her statement, and I thank Professor Becky Francis for her important work on this review. I welcome much of what has been announced today. As with free school meals and maintenance grants, the Secretary of State seems to enjoy adopting many Liberal Democrat policies. I particularly welcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, more enrichment activities and citizenship education, including financial and media literacy. But today, many head teachers across the country will be asking about the how. How will we fund this when budgets are already overstretched? With specialist subject recruitment targets missed year after year, including in physics, computer science and music, How will we find the subject specialists to deliver this new curriculum, not least the right to triple science at GCSE? Can the Secretary of State set out how she will protect time for other subjects, given the welcome new enrichment entitlement? Has she considered using money from falling school rolls to perhaps fund a longer school day? Turning to the Secretary of State's claims about breadth, instead of scrapping the EBAC, did she consider broadening it? And having gone explicitly against Professor Francis's recommendation to leave Progress 8 unchanged, the government actually risks narrowing choice. The new Progress 8 model pits languages against creative arts for the first time, and these two changes put together could mean the death of languages in our state schools. This review missed the opportunity to broaden A-levels. The UK is an outlier in this regard. Combined with the defunding of the International Baccalaureate in state schools, I worry, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this Secretary of State's legacy will be that true breadth actually becomes the preserve of the privately educated.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll respond to the questions that the Honourable Lady asks and the many constructive questions that she posed. Around triple science, I do think it is important that all young people have the chance to study triple science. We'll work with the sector around how we implement that. We are seeing big increases in the numbers of teachers in initial teacher training, including in physics, but there is more to do, and that's why we'll do this carefully and with the sector. But I don't think we can continue to defend a position where young people from disadvantaged backgrounds don't always have the chance to study triple science, because we know if they have that opportunity, they are more likely to be able to then go on to study A-level science subjects. And I think there is an important social justice consideration that we have to take into account here. And teacher numbers are up and continue to go up. And teacher retention numbers this year are also moving well in the right direction. On enrichment, I do think that all young children and young people should have equal opportunities to development opportunities to help them to succeed. That's why we are setting out a core enrichment offer that every school and college should aim to provide. This will be part of our enrichment framework that we will develop with a group of experts across education, youth, sports and arts sectors to set out benchmarks around how schools and colleges can build that. I know that many schools already do this very well, and we want to build on the best success that's out there. But we'll also support that wider provision through, for example, dormant assets, our music hubs, PE and school sports partnerships, and much more besides. But I do think this is a real opportunity to deliver a step change in how we ensure that all children get a firm foundation in the basics and a wide and broad education. And I would encourage the Honourable Lady to look at the document that we've set out, explaining the Progress 8 changes that we are recommending and that we will go on to consult on.
Serena Breckenridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Be in no doubt the difference that this will make, because when our young people succeed, society as a whole succeeds. So I wish to put on record my thanks to the Secretary of State for delivering on our promise of a curriculum that will better prepare children, not just for exams, but for life. Over the years, previous education secretaries, and let's be real, we've had quite a few, they lost sight of what school should really be about. It's more than exams. It's about preparing children for the modern world and preparing them for the realities of life. So this renewed focus on oracy, reading, writing, maths, triple science, vital life skills such as...
Please be seated. It is a statement. You must have a short question. Quickly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Financial literacy, media literacy, those core skills to develop young people. How will she ensure that schools have the funding, resources and preparation time necessary to implement these reforms?
I'm grateful to my older friend. I know she has a real passion for this area and brings her expertise to this House, and I'm really grateful for that. We will refresh the programmes of study and publish these in 2027, so there will be an opportunity for consultation and contribution towards that. And some of this is a question about how we better sequence our curriculum between different key stages. That is an important element of it. I do believe it is important that young people in primary school have more citizenship education, including in those critical areas around financial literacy. I was at a wonderful primary school just yesterday, Ashmole Primary in Lambeth, where I met with Year 6 students who were doing precisely that. And if anybody tells you that Year 6 students can't understand complicated concepts around financial education, then I'd suggest you pay a visit to that school and see the amazing work that's going on.
Hi.
Deputy Speaker, this is a thorough piece of work from Professor Francis, and there are things in it to welcome, including the retention of Key Stage 2 assessments and the triple science entitlement. But the government are going to have to say where the resourcing is going to come from to make that a reality. In truth, there are other things where we just don't know yet. It remains to be seen what the changes in English literature mean, what gets squeezed out. It remains to be seen what the new computing GCSE is relative to computer science. I hope it is not a return to the pre-computer science ICT GCSE days. One thing I regret is the demise of the EBAC. And let us remember what that is. It's a set of subjects that is presented clearly to children and their families, including and especially disadvantaged children, to say that if you study this core set of subjects, that will keep your options most open, give you most opportunity to progress in life. And it did increase uptake of history and geography. It could have been mitigated if she had kept Professor Francis' own recommendation to retain the structure of the current Progress 8. Why did she ignore that recommendation? Is she totally giving up on modern foreign languages?
No, Madam Deputy Speaker. Triple science, as I set out earlier, I think it is important that young people have that opportunity. I do recognise that implementation and the way in which that is delivered will be important, and we'll work with the sector to do that. But the numbers of those entering initial teacher training in subjects like physics have increased massively this year. There's more to do, including through the subject knowledge enhancement that we also want to provide to more teachers in other science subjects. I recognise what he says about computing. It is important to get this right. Every area where there will be change will be subject to full consultation and with expert input. And computing is one area where I believe we also need to ensure that there is an opportunity to refresh some of the content on a more regular basis given the pace of change. But yes, of course, making sure that the qualification is rigorous. He talks about the review and welcomes much of their work, and I'm grateful for that. The review did find, however, that the EBAC measure did not translate into increased study of those subjects at 16 to 19 and unnecessarily constrained student choice, affecting students' engagement and achievement. Our revised Progress 8 measure will balance a strong academic core with breadth and student choice, and I do believe that is the right approach. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will consult on the options.
Peter Swallow.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I warmly welcome this curriculum and assessment review, particularly what it says about a broad curriculum, about the importance of enrichment and essential skills like digital, financial and media literacy and communication. But can I ask my right honourable friend to go further and look at introducing a skills passport so young people can have the skills that they're learning in school properly recognised both for themselves and for employers?
My humble friend always champions children and young people in his constituency and has a lot to offer around his background in education. I'd be happy to discuss his ideas further with him.
Joe Mayhew.
Deputy Speaker, I'm going to lead wider criticisms of this review to others. But as chair of the all-party group on financial education for young people, I do want to welcome the recognition of all the lobbying that's gone into this review. Financial education being made a statutory requirement at primary school, its position strengthened in secondary schools. These are good measures. The one area that I do want to push the Secretary of State further on is post-16 financial education. The review made reference to many examples of best practice around the country, but it stopped short of ideas on how we can continue to progress financial education at a period when people are beginning to take financial decisions themselves. Could the Secretary of State work with the all-party group to develop this area further?
I'd be keen to see the honourable gentleman's ideas and those of the all-party group, and I thank him for the work that he's doing in this important area. And I'm glad that he welcomes many of the changes that we're setting out around financial education, but I note what he has to say around post-16, and I'd be happy to make sure that those ideas are considered.
Ali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The current curriculum and assessment review found that the system has inequalities built in it, especially for children from SEND backgrounds and those from disadvantaged backgrounds as well. Will the Secretary of State set out what she intends to do and what interventions are going to be brought in terms of support and help for those that have special educational needs and disabilities and those from disadvantaged backgrounds, so they're not left behind, especially during the transition from the current curriculum to the new curriculum?
My honourable friend is right to draw attention to the need to ensure that children with special educational needs and disabilities secure better outcomes and have better support through their education and through school life. Every child in our country deserves the best possible school experience, and that is especially true for children with SEND, many of whom at the moment do not feel that that's a reality and where their parents are really struggling. That's why through our Schools White Paper, through the wider work that we'll be taking forward around SEND reform, we'll make sure that their voices are heard through a co-creation process as we move to a better system of support and one where every child in our country can achieve and thrive.
We have just 30 minutes remaining, so colleagues will have to be short. Manuela Patagallo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. DFE data shows that only 22.7% of students retaking GCSEs English or Maths post-16 achieve a grade 4 or above, and this means many young people are trapped in a loop and often miss the grade for 1 point. What steps will the Secretary of State take to ensure students unlikely to achieve grade 4 in GCSE Maths and English will be offered practical and alternative pathways so they can succeed in these important subjects?
The Honourable Lady is right, and this was also an area that the review drew attention to. We will develop a new 16 to 19 Level 1 stepping stone qualification as a preparation for GCSE for low retainers, but the review was also clear about the importance of English and Maths GCSE. I share that, and we need to make sure that more young people, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds, secure a strong pass in English and Maths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her statement today. And as a former teacher, which I may have mentioned a few times in this place, I broadly welcome this curriculum view. I also welcome the Secretary of State's commitment to support teachers through this change. When the previous government, for some random unknown reason, decided to change GCSE grades from letters to numbers, teachers got very little to no support or resourcing. So can the Secretary of State guarantee to me that that won't happen on this occasion, and she will do what she can to support teachers through this change?
Yes, I agree, and we want to make sure that teachers are ready for the new curriculum. We'll introduce a digital version of the national curriculum to support teachers to more easily sequence their school curricula. We'll also provide high-quality free digital resources through Oak National Academy, and also alongside that more curriculum support, more CPD, and our RISE teams will also work with schools and school leaders to drive up standards.
A short question, Masterclass, Sir Desmond Swain.
This is education in the clouds when contrasted with the reality of a war against elitism, which is so often actually a war against excellism on the ground, isn't it?
No.
Sonia Kumar.
We welcome the statement. With improved medical care, early diagnosis, greater awareness, more children identified with special educational needs, how will my right honourable friend ensure that schools have the right environment, staff, funding and resources for SEND children to get the most of the positive changes of the curriculum?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we're investing more in our SEND system, and we're investing more in teacher training and development, including new SEND content for those entering the profession. But there is much, much more that we need to do, as we've discussed in this House on many occasions. I know my honourable friend cares very deeply about improving outcomes for children with SEND, and I look forward to working with her as we bring forward the Schools White Paper and reforms that deliver a brilliant experience for children with SEND throughout our school system.
Caroline Borden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we welcome the Government's ambition to see arts and outdoor enrichment education included in the heart of the school curriculum, and we have some phenomenal outdoor ed going on in South Devon. We've also long called for a broadened EBAC, including arts subjects. But without clear incentives to encourage or require their inclusion, why will schools prioritise these experiences for pupils when they're already under severe budgetary pressure from the Government's many unfunded commitments?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are investing more in our schools. We're providing more support to teachers alongside that, and enrichment is important. That's why, as part of that framework, we'll develop it with experts across education, youth services, sports and art sectors to make that a reality. And I would encourage you to look at the proposal that we're setting out around Progress 8 reform, because I think it will deliver the breadth alongside the academic core that she seeks.
John Singer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I fully welcome your support for such an important and
new national centre, £25 million for new instruments and much more. Honourable and right honourable members with a musical background such as the Prime Minister and I know the transformative power of the creative arts.
Anybody else?
Soft and hard skills just as impactful as other subjects. So can my right honourable friend confirm that the government will continue to turn up the volume, bang the drum, create a symphony, maybe even reach the tempo of Presto on this issue, so that we can finally achieve creative arts for all?
Yeah, absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we are investing through our music hubs and through the new National Centre to make this a reality. And by the end of next year, we'll have delivered 130,000 new instruments, equipment and other music technologies into schools to support our young people to pick up instruments and create music.
Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Later today, the Government will publish its financial inclusion strategy. I welcome the steps forward in terms of financial literacy. Will the Secretary of State make sure that she collaborates with the Economic Secretary and uses the wealth of expertise and enthusiasm that exists amongst banks and financial services industry to ensure that maximum strides forward can be made in financial literacy across the whole of the age range?
I know the right honourable gentleman has done a lot of work in this area, and what he suggested is very sensible, and I'll certainly take that forward. I'm sure my honourable friend would also be happy to discuss that with him further.
Josh Dean.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I really welcome the review's focus on social justice and the critical skills needed for work and life. But we know young people face an unprecedented mental health crisis, and I'm wondering, can the Secretary of State reassure me that young people's well-being will be a material consideration for her department in implementing the review's recommendations, particularly on assessment reform? And does she agree with me that on those critical skills, mental well-being and resilience are also critical skills we should support young people to develop, and they too should be included in reform of the curriculum?
I agree with my honourable friend, and that's why we are rolling out more mental health support across our schools to make sure that at the earliest possible point, when problems arise, young people have access to high-quality mental health support. And alongside that, what we will also, through the enrichment framework, through the opportunities that will exist around music, sport, art and drama, we also know that they are important ways in which young people don't just find a passion and a joy, but also develop resilience, confidence, teamwork and much more besides. And that's really important in a very difficult world sometimes for our young people.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Member of Parliament for Tiverton and Minehead being one of the most deprived areas in the country, standing 324th out of 324 on the Social Mobility Index, I wholeheartedly commend what the Secretary of State has announced today. However, I have grave concerns about the state of the schools in my constituency, particularly Tiverton High School, and the paucity of teachers, particularly in the art subjects that you quite commendably, the Secretary of State has quite commendably supported.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. I know she always bangs the drum for her constituency. We've discussed this many times. If she requires an update on wider issues, I'd be more than happy to make sure she gets one from the new Minister.
Sean Davies.
It's been 10 years since the last review, and the economy, education and the world, frankly, has moved on quite dramatically in that time, so I welcome the review. But subjects and activities like music, drama, art, play and debating have often had little to no attention and resources. Will my Secretary, the Right Honourable friend, please assure me that she'll learn from the best schools in the country and local authorities like my own who've continued to invest in the 10 by 10 initiative so that can be cascaded across the country?
My honourable friend has done amazing work in this area to make sure that children in his community have access to a wide range of opportunities. And I agree that the best schools provide that academic stretch, but also provide a broad and rich curriculum. It can be done, and we'll make sure it happens in every school.
Dr Andrew Murphy.
Speaker, scrapping the E back means potentially reducing the exposure of disadvantaged children to modern foreign languages. And the problem with that, a bit like their access to classics in the past, is that they will become relatively disadvantaged when it comes to places at elite universities. Would you agree with me that we must make sure that does not happen, since we all want to see improved social mobility in this country, and scrapping the E-back looks like a very funny way of doing it?
I agree insofar as he says that we should make sure that a range of subjects are available to young people, including languages, and that young people have a good range of options, including the chance to go on and study at university. But I think it's important alongside that, as the Prime Minister set out in his target, that 2/3 of young people move into higher level learning, be that through an apprenticeship or going on to university, and that's why we are also investing more in post-16 education. I don't accept what he has to say about the EBAC or Progress 8. It didn't work as intended. It hasn't solved the problem that he suggests that it would do, and our revised Progress 8 measure will ensure that we have a strong academic offer for all young people alongside the breadth and choice that our young people deserve.
Thank you. Does she agree that there must be strong support from school leaderships and local authorities for individual teachers as they rightly teach social media literacy? And does she agree that the review's focus on social media literacy must be accompanied by stronger coordination on this across government?
I agree, and my honourable friend is right to highlight this. There are some amazing opportunities that come around the use of technology, computing, and giving our young people the skills that they will need to succeed. But I think we also see some of the dangers that exist, the big challenges around misinformation online that teachers tell me that they're having to deal with day in, day out. They will have more support to make that happen, with more of a focus on the areas that matter most. But we will consult on all of these changes to the new programmes of study.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. She makes a reference in her statement to adventure and nature. Very much welcome that. Would she go further and agree with me that it is essential that every child at primary school and at secondary school has an outdoor education residential experience, because the wonderful advantages that gives them in terms of building resilience throughout their lives and developing a love of learning once they're in the classroom? Will she commit today to doing that, and also to meet with the all-party group on outdoor education so we can talk about how this is the centre of the curriculum?
Either I or my honourable friend will be happy to meet with the all-party group. He makes a powerful case, one that I'm sure we can take forward as we consider the enrichment framework. I have many happy memories of residentials in his part of the world when I was at school, and they are life-changing and always stay with you. And of course, I want to make sure that more young people have access to the outdoors and brilliant opportunities like residentials.
Ms. Twist. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the acknowledgement that community history is important and the inclusion in the thing. So, can I ask the Secretary of State whether she thinks that projects like the Addison project, looking at a Category D village in my constituency, help children to develop digital skills, learning, thinking skills and practical skills all around?
That sounds like a wonderful project in my honourable friend's constituency. When we prepare our children and when they study history, it can often really be brought to life by local examples that demonstrate a wider connection to our nation's past, but also allow us to shape our future. And it's precisely those kinds of examples that I want teachers to have more opportunities to really expand children's minds and provide them with greater opportunity.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
It's welcome news that the government plans that children should be taught critical thinking and how to guard against fake news and misinformation. But she'll be aware that for some teachers, like for some politicians, fake news is very different from what perhaps the rest of society would regard it as being. So will she ensure that teachers who teach this particular subject are schooled in the knowledge of the requirement for political impartiality in schools, introduced in 1986 and carried forward in subsequent legislation?
He's right to draw attention to the importance of political impartiality. What I would also add is that the review found that the current non-statutory status of citizenship is leading to uneven and inconsistent progress in the subject. So I do believe there is the chance to do this better, to make sure it is taught well, and that young people are able to think critically, to challenge what's in front of them. More important than ever, given the way in which some of those hostile to our nation's interests are seeking to use social media to exploit division and to poison the minds of our young people.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was delighted to bring the Chancellor of the Exchequer to my constituency to visit JP Morgan Chase, and soon after they announced £350 million of investment. One of the questions of the global CEO was how do we retain local talent, and financial education was a critical answer. So I welcome the announcement by the government today. I'm also pleased that the Secretary of State visited Bournemouth East and met 12 heads of primary and secondary schools, and this was among the things that they were crying out for. would she let me know what I can tell the heads of my schools about how this is going to improve the life of the children they teach?
State. I'm grateful to my honourable friend. It was wonderful to visit his constituency and to meet with so many of the wonderful school leaders who are changing children's lives. We will work with our teachers and school leaders to implement the new national curriculum to make sure that they have the support and we have the right time allocated to implementation. There will be 4 terms notice, so there'll be ample chance for teachers to adjust ahead of rolling out the national curriculum in terms of their teaching. But I'm delighted that he welcomes our emphasis on financial education and the benefits that it will bring to his community in Bournemouth.
Dr. Ellie Childs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the emphasis of the review on preparing young people for a changing world through things like media literacy, political literacy and climate literacy. My questions to the Secretary of State is about pace. She mentioned implementation in 2028, 2029. This is too slow, given the urgency of these problems. Today's 12-year-olds may be voting in the next election by that point. What will she do to speed up implementation of these critical parts of the curriculum before then?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I see through that question there is a balance to strike here in that, quite rightly, some colleagues are urging that we make sure we get this right around implementation, but I understand her impatience to make it happen. It is right that we update our curriculum to improve climate and sustainability education in geography, science, citizenship and D&T. But we do need to do this right. We do need to make sure it's done properly. Of course, schools will be able to teach the national curriculum sooner if they so choose, but it won't be a requirement to do so until 2028.
Luke Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome Professor Francis' work on this review and the government's commitment to uphold many of her recommendations, particularly on professional autonomy and also on digital literacy. The review recognises the class attainment gap, which is holding back so many working class children. And so what steps will my honourable friend take to ensure the implementation of the curriculum review focuses resources in the places which need it the most?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are committed as a government to making sure that your background doesn't determine what you can go on to achieve. And to take one example from the review, it's clear that too many young people, as they leave primary school, don't have the reading and writing skills that they need to succeed later on in life, and that attainment gap sadly widens throughout their secondary school careers. That's why we are going to take action with more support around reading, including through a statutory test at Year 8, so schools better identify and target support at the students who have the most to gain, and that will extend to many disadvantaged children in his constituency.
Vicky Slade.
The broadening of the curriculum, which will allow more children to find joy in learning, particularly children with special educational needs who really need the benefit of creative skills. But as Vice Chair of the APPG for Performing Arts Education and the mother of a musical student undergraduate, a musical theatre undergraduate, I'm concerned about the cuts announced just last month to teacher training bursaries in the creative arts. Can the Minister confirm, or Secretary of State confirm, that they will be reversed so that we have enough creative teachers to teach?
Secretary of State.
We do have to target our bursaries and financial support to the areas and subjects where that's most needed, and that's what we've sought to do through the bursaries and financial support that we've put in place. But I do welcome her support around arts and creative education. The review and the government's response to it has been widely welcomed by the creative sector.
Matt Rodden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the review and the Secretary of State's statement today, and I'm particularly pleased that the Sutton Trust is wholeheartedly behind this review. Could she say a little bit more about the importance of triple science and how she hopes that will benefit social mobility across the country?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is right. At the moment, access to triple science is uneven. There are big gaps in terms of access for disadvantaged students and big geographic inequalities as well. But we know that it will take time to make sure we have the teachers in place, the subject specialists, in order to deliver that. But I do believe triple science should be an expectation of all children within our schools to allow them to go on to study A-level and T-level subjects in the relevant areas.
Lisa Smart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a lot to support in this announcement today, and I particularly welcome the words from the Secretary of State about the importance of financial education from primary onwards. If it's done well, that can have a positive impact on our communities for decades to come. We all know, Madam Deputy Speaker, the key thing behind great learning is fantastic teaching. I'm now in my 20th year as a primary school governor, so I understand why school leaders will be questioning how they can afford to pay for this from their already stretched budgets. Could the Secretary of State assure all of the primary school children in my constituency that there will be enough brilliant teachers on hand who are properly resourced to deliver what she's announced today?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that this can only be done through the amazing work of our teachers, our support staff and our school leaders, and we will work with them as we roll out this new national curriculum. We are investing more this year and every year in our schools, and we've also delivered 2 pay awards for our teachers, and this year we've seen 2,300 more teachers in secondary and specialist, and we're retaining more teachers across the board as well. We've achieved a lot, there is more to do, and I look forward to working with her on that.
Jacob Collier.
Madam Deputy Speaker, at a recent Burton and District Chamber of Commerce meeting that I hosted, businesses raised the importance of financial education, allowing young people to learn about mortgages, savings and pensions. It appears that the Secretary of State was listening to that meeting, so can she set out what support she's going to give to teachers to be able to deliver this effectively?
Secretary of State.
I always listen to my honourable friend and the contributions that he has to make in these important areas. We do want to make sure that, as we've heard from business, also from parents and young people themselves, that they have a better grounding in key concepts around financial education, whether that's mortgages, savings, or as I was discussing just yesterday with a group of Year 6 students, the difference between a credit and a debit card, a very wide-ranging conversation that we had.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State rightly points to the challenge of disinformation. It's a challenge that democracy is losing. I would welcome her to agree with me that education is our greatest weapon against disinformation. So which of her changes is going to ensure that those voting at future general elections are better prepared to vote in their interests than those of us who went before?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we move towards votes at 16, it will be important that our young people understand our democracy, our laws, our history and their responsibilities as active and responsible citizens. That's why we want to make sure that there is better teaching and statutory teaching of citizenship in primary schools alongside improvements at secondary as well. There is much brilliant practice that's already out there, but there's more to do to spread that.
David Baines.
Speaker, there is lots to welcome in this, but can the Secretary of State please assure me and families in St Helens North that, as well as the measures in this curriculum review, more certainty will come in the schools and SEND white paper in the new year, and that all proposals to help all pupils, such as extending continuous provision throughout the whole of Key Stage 1, will be considered?
State.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will, through the Schools White Paper, set out our vision for the school system into the 2030s and beyond, and a central part of that will be how we better support children with SEND. We know that so many young people at the moment are facing an adversarial system where it takes too long to get the right level of support and where parents have to battle and fight. That's why the guiding principle of everything that we do in this area will be better outcomes and better life chances for children with SEND, and I'd always be willing to discuss that with my honourable friend about the changes that he believes are necessary.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The understanding of history has a massive impact on social attitudes and people's relationships with communities. And will she therefore look carefully at the primary school history curriculum to make sure that it includes a good understanding of global history and the concepts behind it, but also to improve cohesion in our local communities, a big emphasis on local history and local achievement so that young people growing up do have that greater sense of involvement in the rest of the world as well as their own local community?
Secretary of State.
High quality history education should allow students to understand both our role in the world but also local history as well, and there are many powerful examples of how learning about local history can really bring to life a topic. And just to give one example, Madam Deputy Speaker, just earlier this year I helped to unveil a statue to women shipyard workers in Sunderland who'd stepped in to replace the men who'd gone to war during the Second World War. That really brought the topic to life. It's a fantastic example of how we can combine the local and the national to understand our past as well as looking to the future.
Lee Ingham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, when I held a debate on access to sport in schools, one of my key points that came out was just how vital sport is for children's mental health, particularly building their resilience. I'm pleased to see the review recognise this and recommend broadening PE's role to reflect its wider impact on pupils' mental and physical health. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that improving access to sport for all pupils is vital for building resilience in young people, especially as we know there are children who aren't getting enough access to sport right now?
Secretary of State.
I agree that PE and sport are vital elements of a rounded and enriching education that every child deserves. that can also really motivate young people, give them a sense of purpose, help with wellbeing challenges and much more besides. And that's why we have committed to strengthening the national curriculum for PE, why we also want to work with many of the fantastic sporting bodies and other organisations who deliver enrichment activities, and we'll work with them through the enrichment framework in order to deliver that.
Adam Dance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome many of the changes the Government has brought forward. The review highlighted the attainment gap for people with SEND at school. To close that gap, will the Secretary of State commit to universal screening of neurodivergence and greater teacher training on it in primary school aged children? Because while strengthening phonics screener is great, it is not enough.
I agree about the need to provide better training and support for teachers and support staff. It's why for the first time this year there is expanded content on SEND in initial teacher training, but there is more to do around teaching and training and support for the existing workforce. We're considering all of this through the school's white paper, what more we can do to support staff to better identify early need, to put in place the support that's required. That will also be important through our Best Start family hubs, where we can work with families at a much earlier stage.
Jonathan Davis.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This review is hugely welcome because it begins to help us address what we've known for a long time, that the creative subjects in our schools have been on the decline, and that's not just bad for the individual young people, it's bad for society and our national life as a whole. So can I urge the Secretary of State to firstly learn from this review to implement the National Centre for Arts and Music Education, which is a very important intervention from the government. And on what she said about civic engagement, can I urge her to go beyond the review's recommendations for learning about local history? Because every young person must learn about their locality to build that real sense of place and identity.
Secretary of State.
On music education, my honourable friend always champions the important role of music education and the right of every child to have access to music. Our new National Centre for Arts and Music Education will provide support for schools and teachers to deliver that reformed curriculum, and I'm delighted that the 43 music hubs are rolling out music instrument tuition, opportunities to take part in music production and the creation of music, and I know that that's something he'll continue to champion.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State acknowledged in her statement the progress gap for children with SEND. How will the Government support flexibility in the delivery of this curriculum, including for those children unable to access a traditional school setting?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do recognise the challenges, and I've heard directly from many children and families about the struggles that they face, and the review did look very closely at this area. I understand what the Honourable Lady is saying, and I do recognise the importance of it, but I would just say alongside that we do need to continue to have high expectations for what children with SEND can achieve with the right level of support, and that's why through the Schools White Paper we'll be setting out how we make that a reality for every child.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome Professor Francis's review, and on the critical issue of SEND, would my right honourable friend agree with me that the review's findings of flexibility, time for repetition and revision, early identification of need and the role of SEND codes in ensuring an inclusive curriculum could go a long way to ensuring school is a positive experience for all pupils, not just a highly academic view?
Secretary of State.
We do want to build on the review's work in this important area, and of course through the Schools White Paper we'll be setting out more detail next year. We know that outcomes for children with SEND are not where they need to be. We know that parents and families have to struggle and battle, and it can all be an uphill struggle, and that's why early identification of need, more support for families, but also better training and support for our staff will also be critical elements of any reform programme.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Food and farming are almost entirely missing from the national curriculum, leaving young people with a limited understanding of where their food comes from or an awareness of career opportunities in agriculture and the food system. So what plans does the Secretary of State have to embed agriculture, environment and food studies into the national curriculum to inspire the next generation to pursue careers in these sectors?
Secretary of State.
The review did set out recommended changes in a number of related areas that the Honourable Lady has raised, and we'll be looking carefully through revised programmes of study as to how we deliver that. But through that process, there will be opportunities for consultation before a full national rollout.
Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her statement and commitment to our young people. Parents and teachers will know just how gruelling the GCSE exams are for our students. Many of those students are undertaking mocks as we speak. So I welcome the commit to work with Ofqual by reducing time volume by 10%. Can the Secretary of State outline any other steps following the report that have been discussed around managing the sheer volume of exams that our young people are taking?
Secretary of State.
The review took an evidence-driven approach, informed by the data, with input from across the sector and experts to make sure that we get this right. But it sought not to fix things that aren't broken. But I do recognise that young people in England sit more hours of exams than their peers in many other countries. We'll therefore work closely with Ofqual and exam boards to reduce GCSE exam time by 2.5 to 3 hours. Ofqual are confident that that can be achieved whilst maintaining the integrity and the validity of the qualification system.
Freddie Van Merle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday, I enjoyed a coffee with a lovely couple in my constituency who are running a charity with the goal of delivering e-books to primary schools. Although digital is often more difficult to read in the sense that it's on a screen, it can go further and faster in reaching children, especially disadvantaged children. What consideration has the Secretary of State given to the importance of online reading?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 2026 will be the National Year of Reading, and through the work that we're doing as part of that, we're thinking about not just the physical books that can be delivered to children, but what a strong digital offer could look like, and I'd encourage them to get involved in that process.
Final question, Chris Hinchcliffe.
Deputy Speaker, I really welcome the efforts in this to curtail the excessive examination time our children are facing. It's not helping real learning, but it's having a big impact on the mental health of the younger generation. What opportunities does the Secretary of State see to also introduce more modern teaching approaches that offer the opportunity to learn through play and provide wider access to education rather than just through traditional methods?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, we want to make sure that as we reduce GCSE content by 10%, we do that in a way that, together with the regulator, to maintain the validity and integrity of the system. There are a range of different approaches that teachers can benefit from. There is much that we provide as a department in terms of training and development. We always keep that under review to make sure that they are evidence-informed, driven by the best pedagogy.
That is the end of the statement, and I'll give the front benches a moment to shuffle over. Point of order, Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After I spoke in the British Steel debate on that recall Saturday back in April, the Mirror Group, 3 papers that weekend, published false, inaccurate and frankly libellous statements about me, which was retweeted by a number of Labour MPs. I'm pleased to report, Madam Deputy Speaker, that IPSO, the press regulator, has found in my favour against the Mirror Group, forcing them to apologise and to permanently delete those articles and all social media posts. And I'm most grateful to those Labour MPs who deleted their posts when they were so informed.
I am grateful to the Honourable Member of giving notice of what is not really a point of order, but the Honourable Member has most definitely made his point. Point of order, James Cartlidge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I just wonder if you've had any notification of a statement from the Ministry of Justice, and in particular from the Justice Secretary, about our interaction earlier and the very serious case that it now relates to. The point being, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have strong reason to believe that the Deputy Prime Minister was aware of the case when I asked him very, very clearly 5 times about whether he knew about these sorts of cases, and he did not answer the question. This is about ministers being transparent with the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I seek your guidance.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving me notice of the point of order. I have not received any notice that the Secretary of State intends to make a statement, but the Treasury front bench will have heard that point of order, and I'm sure they will have taken the Honourable Member's views into account. Point of order, Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The recent Cabinet Office annual accounts show that the departed Cabinet Secretary and Permanent Secretary have collectively received £250,000 in golden goodbyes. I asked the Minister for the Cabinet Office the rationale for such a use of taxpayers' money, and the Minister without portfolio replied that it is the government's policy not to comment on individuals. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is clearly nonsensical. There is a clear expectation of accountability and transparency on payments to the most public senior officials. So does Madam Deputy Speaker agree that this approach is in keeping with the House's resolution on ministerial accountability to Parliament?
I thank the Honourable Member for his point of order. Ministers are responsible for responses they give to members in response to questions, and that is not a matter for the Chair, but no doubt the front bench has noted. Point of order, Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in the early hours of Monday morning in my constituency, there was a very serious derailment
at Shap between the Glasgow and London line. The Secretary of State for Transport has not, even though we're at Wednesday now, chosen to make a statement to the House on this matter. The derailment shined a worrying light upon the failure to invest in the modernisation of the railway line north of Warrington up to Lockerbie, putting passengers at risk up and down that busiest line in the whole of Western Europe. I wonder if she'd give us some guidance as to how we could make our representations on that failure and indeed be able to pay our respects and admiration to the emergency services, the Network Rail staff, the Avanti crew, including the train driver, and the people at the Shapwells Hotel who looked after the stricken passengers on that terrible Monday morning.
I am grateful to the Right Honourable Member for giving notice of his point of order. As an experienced member, he knows that while statements are made on the initiative of ministers, there are other ways of members can raise matters in this House. Point of order, Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to raise a point of order to ask if my letter to the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, dated the 23rd of October, on whether her deeply offensive comments made to me and my Independent Alliance colleagues in the Chamber on the 20th of October were in breach of the Nolan principles of public life, will receive a reply. The football game is being held tomorrow and the police assessment found Maccabi Tel Aviv fans were experienced fighters, highly organised and intent on causing serious violence. But the Secretary of State has not to date clarified if she had seen this advice before she decided to label me and those who welcome the ban on safety grounds as anti-Semitic. Can the Deputy Speaker advise me on what steps I can take to seek redress with an apology or resignation?
Can the member confirm that he has actually notified the minister who is going to raise the matter? Well, that will be good protocol. All correspondence from members to ministers should be dealt with promptly, and no doubt the Treasury front bench have noted and will ensure that backbench MPs get full correspondence in due time. We move on to the next bit of business. Presentation of Bill, Secretary of State Heidi Alexander. Railways Bill. Second reading what day?
Tuesday the 11th of November.
Tuesday the 11th of November. We now go on to the 10-minute rule bill. Ferry Services Integration and Regulation. Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision for the integration of ferry services with other transport services, for provision about regulating ferry services and for other connected purposes. Our great nation, the United Kingdom, is a nation of islands. This country also invented the railways. Rail, road and ferries together ensure that in every corner of our country there is a place that somebody calls home. There is also a political consensus in this country, stretching back decades, that those who provide public transport do so with certain conditions imposed upon them. And that political consensus has existed regardless of who is in government, which party holds power. So it means that train operators, whether they be soon to be the state or whether they are private companies, must provide services for a fair price that the government has a say over. They must provide timetabling that allows people to move about, regardless of whether that individual train journey is profitable on its own. And there is law that ensures that those operators must publish performance data. There are similar rules that apply to bus service providers too. But there is no national provision that applies to those who operate ferry services that communities all over the country, be they island communities, be they communities that live along riverways, rely on for accessing essential services and for employment and for seeing friends and family and all the things we do in our daily lives. And that has meant for constituents like mine on the Isle of Wight, and they are just an example, are faced with huge costs to take a car back and forth to the mainland. It means those that want to visit the Isle of Wight have to pay sometimes up to £400 just to take a car back and forth across a 5-mile journey. Because private equity groups have taken control of Whitelink and Red Funnel, who operate across the Solent, and in an entirely unregulated market, so they can do what they like. There is no fair competition because the barrier to entering that market for a new provider is simply too high. And it means that what were once half-hourly services are now hourly services. So when I arrived in Southampton last week, a minute late for the Redjet Red Funnel service to Cowes, I had to wait an hour and 10 minutes for the next ferry. Had my predecessor, one of my predecessors, Andrew Turner, who is sitting in the gallery today, done that 10 years ago, he would have only had to wait half an hour. Madam Deputy Speaker, in too many places in this country, ferry services are getting worse. And there is no mandatory reporting requirement on these companies either. So we have no objective way of telling whether they're providing a good service other than the anecdotal evidence that people like me are able to present. I am not looking in this bill to put an undue burden on ferry operators. Quite the opposite. I'm looking to end the carve-out that they have enjoyed for too long, a carve-out that no other public transport provider benefits from. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I had the owners of Whitelink and Red Funnel in front of me now, this is what I would say to them. We are tired of your methods. We are tired of your rip-off prices, and we're tired of funding your huge ballooning bank debt interest. You have not done us a favour, and you are not doing us a favour. You should be providing a lifeline transport service which the taxpayer gave you money for to stay profitable during COVID. Madam Deputy Speaker, if those ferry companies, not just on the Isle of Wight, but across the UK, truly believed in a quality service for their passengers, they would embrace regulation, just like other transport providers do in other modes of public transport. Too often when my neighbour, the Honourable Member for Isle of Wight West, or I make the argument about expensive ferry prices, Whitelink in particular come back and say, well, you can cross the Solent with us, with a car, for £31. But what they fail to admit is only if you pay that company nearly £2,000 in advance and purchase 60 individual tickets. Well, I say there aren't many people living in my constituency who can afford to give them nearly £2,000 in advance and need to travel necessarily 60 times in a year. Ferry companies must be straight and not seek to mislead or hoodwink decision makers in this place when other members and I are talking about how expensive ferry services are. And it's not just my constituents. I've had exchanges with the leader of the Council of the Scilly Isles, and we both share the view that our constituents are entirely reliant on ferry services for some educational opportunities, some essential medical services, for accessing employment opportunities, things that people on the mainland United Kingdom would take for granted. There is no reason why we should be beholden to private profit over and above everyone else. I present this bill at a time the government is already moving in this direction in terms of how it deals with rail and how it deals with buses. While I don't necessarily agree, and I don't agree with nationalisation of railways, I do agree with the sentiment and I do agree with the reasons why they're presenting those bills. The Secretary of State has said she wants to ensure better value for money for passengers. She wants to better integrate different modes of transport, and she wants to stop profit being a priority over passenger experience and connectivity. I invite her to transfer all that sentiment, that good sentiment that she feels about trains and buses, onto ferries too, and ensure that communities that I serve and others in this place are not left behind. I thank the Maritime Minister for meeting with me, and I know he's met with my neighbour, the Honourable Member for Isle of Wight West, and I urge them to continue to work with us to look at solutions for my constituents, and I would like the government to bring in their own regulation for us and devolve those powers if they think it appropriate to a forthcoming mayor. But this bill is about more than just my constituents or my constituency. It's about ensuring a fair and level playing field across the whole of the United Kingdom.
The question is that the Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mr Richard Quigley, Dame Caroline Dinage, John Cooper, Rebecca Smith, Darren Paffey, Neil Duncan Jordan, Jess Brown Fuller, Andrew George, Sian Berry, Jim Shannon and myself.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you. Ferry Services Integration and Regulation Bill.
Second reading what day?
28th of November 2025, please.
28th of November 2025. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Employment Rights Bill. Consideration of Lord's message.
No. I can inform the House that nothing in the Lord's message engages Commons financial privilege. We will begin with Government Amendment motion to disagree with the Lords in their Amendment 1B, with which it will be convenient to consider all the other Lords Amendments and Government motions as on the grouping and selection paper. I call the Minister to move Government Amendment motion to disagree with Lords Amendment 1B. Minister Kate Dearden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to return the Employment Rights Bill for the consideration of Lord's amendments for the second time and refer members to my register of interests. I'd also like to thank my right honourable friend, the member for Ashton-under-Lyne, for her outstanding work on employment rights and her unwavering advocacy for working people. I know how close this bill is to her heart, and I'm grateful to have her here in support today. I'd also like to thank my honourable friend and member for Ellesmere and Bromborough for his work and dedication for this significant piece of legislation. This government's top priority is to grow the economy and improve living standards. Essential to that is the recognition that greater productivity, security and dignity in work help grow the economy. The stronger economic performance our country needs cannot be built on the backs of people in insecure work. For too long, employment law has failed to keep pace with the fundamental changes to how, when and where we work. It is time to build a modern industrial relations framework fashioned on the principle of social partnership, that consent and consensus must replace dispute and conflict in modern employment relations. That's good for workers and good for business. Both suffer when one employer is undercut by another, using reduced terms and conditions of service for their employees. Sustainable economic growth cannot be built on unfair competition and insecure employment. The Employment Rights Bill extends the employment protections currently enjoyed by some employees in the best British companies to workers across the country. By doing so, work will become more secure and predictable, while strengthening the foundations that underpin a modern economy today. This bill will back businesses who already do the right thing and give hard-working people the job security and opportunities that they deserve. It's in tune with the times and in keeping with how the world of work is changing. Industrial relations law in this country must move from the 20th century to the 21st. It has to recognise that certainty and security are essential for people at work, that the best relationship between employer and employee is best exemplified by fairness and trust, within a framework for recruitment and retention that values both, and that dignity at work is as vital to the effective functioning of modern society as the dignity of work. There will be some that seek to use this issue to entrench the idea that employers and employees have opposing interests that must always inevitably result in dispute and strife, and I reject that view. The very best trade unionists know, as do the best employers, that that only represents failure. For this Labour government, success is to be measured not in division, but in the shared economic growth that we achieve, the opportunity and security we build, and the prosperity we create, and that is at the heart of this bill. Today I'm asking the House to reaffirm its support for this important legislation as we move through the latest round of parliamentary ping-pong. We have listened carefully to the concerns raised, and in response, where possible, we are offering amendments in lieu that we believe strike a fair and workable compromise to the amendments made to the bill. At the same time, while we appreciate the range of perspectives offered, we will be unable to support certain amendments that conflict with the fundamental principles of this bill and may compromise its intended impact. Firstly, on Amendment 1B related to zero-hours contracts, we acknowledge that this amendment in lieu put forward by the other players is intended as a compromise. It proposes a shift from a full right to request model to one where employers must notify workers of their right to a guaranteed hours offer and make a guaranteed hours offer unless the worker declines or opts out. I appreciate the sentiment behind the amendment. However, as drafted, it would undermine the bill's core aim of ending exploitative contracts and providing security for the workers who need it most. Therefore, we cannot accept the amendment in lieu. The government is committed to ending one-sided flexibility so that workers are not left guessing about their hours or pay. These reforms reward fair employers, modernise the system, and will come with clear guidance to help everyone prepare. For employers, clearer expectations mean better staffing and lower recruitment costs through improved retention. We also appreciate that some groups, including younger workers, value the flexibility of zero-hours contracts. That is why workers will be able to decline a guaranteed hours offer and remain on their existing arrangement if that works best for them. The government is also committed to supporting young people into work. The Youth Guarantee will include a targeted backstop where every eligible unemployed young person on universal credit for 18 months without earning or learning will be provided guaranteed paid work. The scheme forms part of the government's aim to provide targeted support for young people at risk of long-term unemployment, and further details were confirmed at the autumn budget following further engagement, including with employers. Turning to Amendment 48B in lieu, in regard to seasonal work. The government recognises that work in certain sectors fluctuates seasonally, and there are ways in which employers may account for this and remain compliant with this legislation. For example, employers may use annualised hours contracts which offer variable numbers of hours at work at different times of the year. Additionally, the bill, as already drafted, allows guaranteed hours offers to take the form of limited-term contracts where reasonable. For example, a fruit picker could be engaged on a contract tied to the end of the picking season. In such cases, after the initial reference period, the employer would only be required to guaranteed hours for the duration of that limited-term contract rather than on a permanent basis. The bill also already provides powers to address seasonal work through regulations, ensuring flexibility as workforce needs evolve. Consultation with employers, trade unions and stakeholders will take place before such regulations are made. We therefore do not support this amendment. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the issue of unfair dismissal. Lord's Amendments 23 and 106 to 120 proposes retaining a qualifying period for unfair dismissal of 6 months. These have now been returned to this House as the other place has insisted on its amendment. We remain committed to delivering unfair dismissal protections from day one. Not 2 years, not 6 months, but day one. A clear pledge in our manifesto which will ensure around 9 million employees who have worked for their employer for less than 2 years are protected from being arbitrarily fired. Crucially, day one protection from unfair dismissal will not remove the right of businesses to dismiss people who cannot do their job or pass a probation, but it will tackle cases of unfair dismissal where hard-working employees are sacked without a good reason. A 6-month qualifying period threshold still leaves employees exposed to dismissal without good reason in the early months of a new job, and that is why the government cannot accept the Lord's amendments to maintain a qualifying period.
Giving way, does she not listen to the voices of business and business organisations who say that doing what the government proposes will make it less likely that younger people who it's riskier to take on for a job, will be likely to get a job in the first place? Why does she think she knows better than employers and people who actually create jobs for people in this country?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. Yesterday I was with the Hospitality Sector Council, listening to all the brilliant work they do, providing opportunity employment for young people all across this country. Indeed, it was my first job in a cafe, and providing that opportunity employment and ladder to work. There are absolutely significant opportunities for young people across the country, and that's why this bill is working in alignment with all the other really crucial work the government is doing when it is the youth guarantee. An unfair dismissal, I've outlined. It simply isn't fair that hard-working employees working for 18 months could be unfairly dismissed and have that instability and unpredictability in their jobs. It's simply not fair. Dismissal from a day one right gives financial security to people who don't have it, and we are striking that balanced approach by introducing statutory probation period. And that we've mentioned the government's preference for that is to be 9 months, and engaging in the consultation and the next steps on the light touch standards. It ensures in the early months of employment that employers can dismiss employees who might not be performing or might not be suitable, and tackle the causes of unfair dismissal. I will.
Thank you very much for giving way. With regards to support for this, 73% of employers support giving employees protection from unfair dismissal. This is the day one rights. That's according to the IPPR and the TUC research. Also, 83% of managers agree that improving workers' rights can and does positively impact workplace productivity. Does my honourable friend agree that this is extremely important research and something which we should listen to?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and he raises an excellent point of that research. And providing employees with security at work results in a happier workforce, and that helps with our productivity, and that helps businesses across the country and our economy. And reflections that he has made, and the importance that this bill will have in workplaces across the country, providing that flexibility and security for people across the country, is absolutely vital for our productivity. And that is a vision for our country and for our economy. I will.
The 9-month probationary period as opposed to the 6-month unfair dismissal period. Does she recognise the report from the Resolution Foundation, which has certain favour on the Treasury front bench in normal times, says that this is a messy compromise, risk confusion for employers, makes the risk of them not taking on the people? That was the point I was making. The hospitality sector, 20% of jobs in my constituency are in the hospitality sector. They are not taking people on because of the increase in the jobs tax. They're not going to take on even more people because of these increased costs. Does she not realise the confusion that is going to come from having this messy period, which is not on the face of the bill?
I thank the honourable member for his second intervention. As we have said from the start, the implementation of day one unfair dismissal rights will be done with a light touch, and I'm really keen to work with employers across the country, including the hospitality sector, I've said, who have a really key role of employing our young people and providing those opportunities, and working with all stakeholders in terms of next steps and implementation. As he knows, as is the case with lots of employment rights legislation, we are setting the foundation here in this crucial bill, and there are lots of details to work through in consultation, which I'm absolutely committed to do. The framework will be founded on the principle of social partnership, that consent and consensus must replace dispute and conflict in modern employment relations, and that will ensure maximum flexibility, so the new framework works effectively for employers and employees in each sector of the economy, and we also minimise the cost of its implementation and operation. The government is committed to ensuring that employers can hire with confidence. And as I've said, introducing that statutory probation period enables employers to fairly assess new hires' performance and suitability for the role they've been hired for. Most employers already use contractual probation periods of 6 months or less, and the government has been clear that our preference, again to reinstate, is for the probation period to be 9 months long. That allows for a standard 6-month term with the option to extend supporting employee development without compromising operational needs. We have heard the calls to ensure that this framework reflects practical considerations and have brought forward an amendment in lieu to address this. Our amendment places statutory duty on the government to consult on key aspects of the framework, and this guarantees meaningful input from both employers and employees, giving all stakeholders a direct role in shaping the legislation to make sure it's a practical and fair approach. Additionally, we are tabling a further amendment in lieu which makes technical changes to the words restored to the bill by a rejection of the Lord's amendments. Madam Deputy Speaker. I will give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that this bill provides vital protections to those in our workforce, but also gives that certainty that our businesses need in order to grow and grow our economy?
I completely agree with my honourable friend and thank her for her intervention. We are creating security for people all across this country, but crucially ensuring that employers who do the right thing for their employees, who go above and beyond many of the items in this bill and policies in this bill, to ensure we do have that level playing field. That's good for our economy, it's good for competition for lots of businesses who might be undercut by those who aren't playing by the rules. So I completely agree and thank her for intervention. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've also heard concerns around the pressures on the employment tribunal system, and I want to briefly speak to those. We'll be setting up a task force to support us in fixing the employment dispute systems that it works better for both workers and businesses. The task force will have balanced representation from both unions, businesses and other experts, including community organisations. Moving on to the amendment in lieu on Heritage Rail tabled in the other place. The Government agrees with the principle of this amendment and has tabled an amendment in lieu which captures the intent whilst refining the drafting to provide more clarity and ensure that the legislation works as intended. The Government's amendment, which has been tabled with the support of sponsoring peers Lord Parkinson and Lord Faulkner, places a statutory duty on the Office of Rail and Road and the Health and Safety Executive to produce guidance supporting 14 to 16-year-olds volunteering on heritage railways. And I'll give way.
For giving word. I rise as the co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Heritage Rail alongside Richard Faulkner, and I would like to express my thanks to the Government for bringing forward this amendment and recognising that volunteering with Heritage Rail for young people the ages of 14 to 16 is an immensely useful experience, and I'm glad that we're now doing this 12 months assessments with guidance.
Yeah, okay, well done.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution and for working with us and for her support throughout the bill, and understand her passion and work in this area. The guidance, as my honourable friend has mentioned, will offer a clear benchmark for reasonable activities and assist inspectors in enforcement decisions. The Government is committed to this work, as you will know, with publication targeted by the 31st of March 2026. And we believe that this collaborative effort would provide practical guidance that empowers children to engage safely and meaningfully in heritage railway volunteering. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the issue of political funds, Lord's Amendments 61 and 72 seek to remove Clause 59 from the bill. That clause reverses the Trade Union Act 2016, which we committed to repeal, requirement for members to opt in to political funds. This therefore reinstates the long-standing arrangement where members are automatically included unless they choose to opt out. Removing Clause 59 would break that commitment to restore balance and fairness in union operations. The opt-in system, introduced in 2016, added bureaucracy without improving transparency or strengthening members' choice. And to be clear, we're not removing that choice. At the point of joining, every new member will be clearly informed on their application form that they have the right to opt out of contributing to a political fund. And this form will make it plain that opting out has no negative bearing whatsoever on any other aspect of union membership. And that's why the Government cannot support these amendments. We have heard reflections around how opt-out notices would take effect and have tabled an amendment in lieu to refine this process. Under the pre-2016 legislation, an opt-out notice was effective on the 1st of January following the year in which it was given. Under the Government's amendment, opt-out notices will now have effect on either the 1st of January or the following year after it has been provided, or on a day specified or determined in the rules of the Union, whichever of these dates come first. This provides unions with flexibility in the legislation to act more quickly and process a member's request to opt out without having to wait until the subsequent 1st of January to do so, and in practice, unions already do this. We will also commit today to engage with unions directly to continue to make clear our expectation that opt-out notices can be honoured as swiftly and practically as possible. And our amendment is simply about ensuring that legislation matches what has been the established practice. And finally, turning to the issue of I will give her.
I hope that the Minister hasn't referred to this already, but if she has, it's one of the questions I get from my businesses all the time. Does the Minister acknowledge that small businesses who don't have HR departments can find these waters very hard to navigate legislatively? in relation, while we do need strong employment rights, and I support the objective, we need to ensure there's a support for employers who firstly know how to do something right and also to defend themselves, because sometimes they have to do that without paying solicitors' bills, which are costly and detrimental to the business. I would very much like the Minister perhaps could give me some reassurance in relation to that, please. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. I come from a small business family. It's close to my heart in the hospitality sector, and I've had the pleasure in the first 8 weeks of this role to meet with many small and large businesses. I made it really clear our determination to work closely with them on the implementation of this legislation and to work as closely with them to make sure that they're prepared for the changes when they come. We've already sort of published our roadmap earlier this year and have committed and stick to that, which has been welcomed by lots of businesses, small and large too. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the issue of industrial action ballot thresholds. Lord's Amendment 62 seeks to remove clause 65(2) from the bill, which would retain the existing 50% turnout threshold for industrial action ballots. The Government does not support this amendment. Clause 65 removes an unnecessary bureaucratic hurdle and aligns union democracy with other democratic processes such as parliamentary votes and local elections, which do not typically require turnout thresholds but are still accepted as legitimate. As a period of disruption under their watch between 2022 and 2024 has shown, bureaucratic hurdles only make it harder for unions to engage in the bargaining and negotiation that settles disputes. This Government's approach will foster a new partnership of cooperation between trade unions and employers. I will give her.
Giving way, does she think if this provision is introduced there will be more or less strikes?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. Strikes were a failure of Tory government that stopped listening and to be quite frank, a government that stopped working, so I won't be taking any further interventions from him. We want to create a modern and positive framework for trade union legislation that delivers productive and constructive engagement, respects the democratic mandate of unions and works to reset our industrial relations. We nonetheless recognise that this issue has generated debate, which is why the Government has tabled an amendment in lieu which will require the Secretary of State to have regard to any effects of the introduction of electronic balloting on the proportion of those entitled to vote in industrial action ballots who actually do so. We have previously committed to aligning the removal of the threshold with the establishment of e-balloting as an option for trade unions, and this amendment gives statutory effect to that commitment and makes it explicit in the underlying legislation. In having regard to the effects of e-balloting, the Government will monitor and assess the practical impact of e-balloting on participant rates and the 50% threshold. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, I urge honourable members to support the Government's motions before the House today, including our amendments in lieu, which are part of a package that strengthens rights and reflects the value we place on fair work. We have listened throughout the bill's passage and made meaningful changes where needed, and will continue to listen to all relevant stakeholders as we move into implementation. We are committed to full and comprehensive consultation with employers, workers, trade unions and civil society. And as set out in our Implementing the Employment Rights Bill roadmap, we are taking a phased approach to engagement and consultation on these reforms. This will ensure that stakeholders have the time and space to work through the detail of each measure and to help us implement each in the interests of all. This is a win-win for employers, employees and a more competitive British economy. I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1B. I call Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Act in haste, repent in leisure. There's never been wiser advice than in respect of this bill. It's a rushed bill that was half-baked when it was introduced and has got worse since. It's failed every test of scrutiny from the Lords Regulatory Reform Committee to the Constitution Committee to its lowballed impact assessment. And on the day that the Mayfield report outlines the scale of the challenge we face on worklessness, it will create generation jobless. Every family in the country will know a son, daughter, niece or nephew who can't get work as a result. As my honourable friend, the member for Mid-Buckinghamshire, reminds us, every Labour government leaves unemployment higher than when they started, but only this one has actually legislated for it. The Minister asks us to disagree with all the main compromise amendments from the other place. If she wished to listen to stakeholders, now would be a fantastic moment to start. Her motions to disagree seek to reject sensible compromises on qualifying periods, seasonal working, guaranteed hours, strike thresholds and opting in to political funds. Who will be the victims if the motions are carried today? Well, young people, the neurodiverse, those with a disability, female returners to work, the over 50s and former prisoners, some of the most vulnerable groups in society who deserve their chance in life, their shot at employment, a job.
I'm grateful for him for giving way. Yesterday he said that the Conservatives, and I quote, will repeal those most damaging elements of the Employment Rights Bill. Could he inform us which elements of the bill they therefore would retain?
Very fair. Well, we'll have our work cut out with its 330 pages, 122,000 words. And the benches opposite, Madam Deputy Speaker, seek to hide behind measures that we support, such as enhanced maternity rights. But does the honourable member care to tell me how many times the word maternity appears in this bill, and how many times his paymasters, the word union, appears in this bill? No? No?
All right, so I didn't realise that that was a genuine offer. I don't have the Control F function in front of me at this moment on the word count, but again, I would be interested in hearing an actual answer to the question that I posed to him. All I will say is that, as his honourable friend, a member for Buckinghamshire, said at committee, trade union associated MPs have been assiduous at declaring those donations. I think only one member of his side has declared an interest throughout all these proceedings. I find that utterly incredible.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I trust that you'll want all members this afternoon to declare any relevant interests, and I have none. To answer the question he didn't manage to answer, the word maternity appears in this bill 3 times. The word union appears in this bill 478 times. Follow the money, Madam Deputy Speaker. With unemployment higher every month. Listen and learn. With unemployment higher every month, this will be your legacy. With unemployment higher every month of this government, it's a bleak time for those trying to find work. The independent ONS estimates that vacancies are down by 115,000 since this government came to office. 41% of graduates graduating in 2023 were not in full-time work 15 months later, and it's estimated that almost half of the top 100 UK employers have reduced their graduate intake. In fact, graduates are competing for so few jobs that getting a job is as improbable as spotting a member opposite who has not received a union donation. But it's not just we've lost the speaker. No, we haven't lost the speaker. It's not just graduates, Madam Deputy Speaker. For many, seasonal work is the first opportunity to get a foot on the career ladder. Yet this bill, in its current form, forces hospitality businesses or anyone who relies on seasonal workers into an impossible position. It's why we are supportive of the Lord's compromise amendment that would allow employees who need flexibility across the calendar year to continue to do so. What could be so objectionable about that? Incentives, yeah, of course.
And I refer the House to my register of interest. And he's talking about seasonal work. Has he thought about the impact on young people of so-called zero contract hours? The pressure that brings on them in living a decent life, in being able to plan for the future. I was at a conference last week talking about mental health in the workplace, something that their side are concerned about. And actually, 0 hours contracts, flexible working is really difficult for young people, and we need to address their concerns as well.
Look, mental health is a huge issue. And I think across the House we would agree on that. And the Mayfield report this morning is just one of many contributions to that debate. But for so many, and this goes to reform of our welfare system as well, for so many, the right answer will be to be in employment. And the Mayfield report talks about creating barriers to employers giving young people a chance. Now, of course, there'll be some challenges with any form of contracted employment, whether it's 0 hours, which many people find a very flexible way of combining work with study, with parental responsibilities or other. But the way to try and solve that challenge across this House is not to have a clunking fist of regulation dictating and providing perverse incentives, maybe unintended consequences, that mean employers simply won't take a chance on those young people at all. They won't even get that first step on the ladder of employment. But I understand the Honourable Lady's concerns and contributions are well meant, and that is why it would be so much better if we were to collectively approach the bill this afternoon after so many hours of debate in committee in this place and the other, if the government were to show some compromise to help mitigate, not shelve the bill as I might prefer, but to mitigate some of the very worst damage that will manifest itself in fewer jobs, fewer opportunities, and some of the most vulnerable finding it very hard to get into work. Faced with the prospect of a hire going wrong, when an employer takes a chance, takes a risk, faced with the consequences on day one of an employee being able to turn up in the morning and before lunch file a claim with an employment tribunal that will put that business at the back of a 2-year queue behind 491,000 open claims at the employment tribunal. It's staggering. It's staggering, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've been talking about the bill when the queue for that tribunal in many parts of the country stretches out for 2 years long. Incredibly expensive. Justice deferred is justice for nobody, and why not focus much more of our endeavours on trying to fix that issue? It's one reason why every single major business group, and I'd be very happy to be intervened upon if there's any real business groups, not the IPPR and the TUC, but if there are any real business groups that the Minister or anyone else would like to cite in defence of this bill that supports it in its current form, I am all ears. Because it's not the Federation of Small Business, it's not the British Chambers of Commerce, it's not the Confederation of British Industry, it's not Make UK, the Institute of Directors, UK Hospitality, the British Retail Consortium, and so many more. I ought to give way here first.
The answer to your question is the Chartered Management Institute.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we found one. I've not had any representations. I've not had any representations from them. Yeah.
For giving way by the Shadow Minister, showing how much he absolutely despises the trade union movement and ordinary working people. I must, by the way, Madam Deputy Speaker, declare must. Hey.
Order, Ian Lavery.
Must declare an interest, a financial interest, with regards to my connection with the trade union movement. I'm a very proud member of the trade union movement. I'll tell you, in response to what the Shadow Minister said about support for the Employment Rights Bill, it was a manifesto pledge, and the British public voted in the millions to support the Labour Party to put this manifesto pledge through in its entirety. And guess what? That's what we're doing.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the member strongly to withdraw that. I don't despise trade unions. Not a single word I have ever said at the dispatch box indicates anything of the sort, and I'd ask you to get the member to withdraw that comment. It's not worthy of him. Right. Well, I hope we would conduct this debate in a better form. I support people's rights to trade unions, well-regulated trade unions. For 30 years, the party opposite accepted a broad consensus of the balance between the rights of workers and the rights of employers. Tony Blair never sought at any point to reopen the balance, that consensus that has served this country well, and it does no one any service, to render people unemployed. I should give way to the member, but did do so much service on this bill.
Grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. I'm pleased that he's learnt to count now. He must have improved his skills since his time under Liz Truss in the Treasury. But he talked about the consensus over 30 years, but wasn't his government that introduced the Trade Union Act 2016 that did so much to damage the trade union relations?
That's... Look, no, I'm trying to be generous to the honourable gentleman for whom this bill is part of his legacy before he was so rudely fired by a bad boss without any notice. It's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable, we consider on this side of the House, to say that a strike must be supported by a mere quarter of workers in order to be valid. And I don't think the Labour Party would claim the mandate that the honourable gentleman was talking about on the votes of merely a quarter. Yeah, I'll give way.
The honourable member isn't being very clear. Does he like the pre-2016 trade union regime, which is the one that this bill takes us back to, or does he like the post-2016 trade union regime, which is the one that he seems to be advocating, except for when he talks about the 30 years of settled consensus? Which is it? Because it can't be both.
We on this side of the House seek to respect the role of trade unions, but in a flexible workplace where we see growth in the economy, and unlike what we see today, we see more people in jobs rather than fewer people in jobs. That doesn't help anybody at all, least of all a government that claims its number one obsession is about growth, and that is not an unreasonable position. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, not for the first time, I think ministers have got themselves in a bind. The Secretary of State for Business is going around telling business groups he's listening, but every one of them is against this bill. For what the Health Secretary has been saying privately, it's clear he's no fan of giving more power to militant unions to call low turnout strikes. The Welfare Secretary has commissioned reports on getting people from welfare into work, and those reports talk about not disincentivising employers from hiring. And there are Treasury ministers. Are they really looking forward to the OBR next week scoring the impact of this bill when some independent estimates are that it could shave up to 2.8% off GDP? The Chancellor likes to blame everyone from the dinosaurs onwards for her failure, but this one will definitely be on her. The looming disaster of this bill is the truth that dare not speak its name. It may be a triumph for the Right Honourable Member for Ashton under Lyme, but it is a disaster for Britain. It's bad for business, bad for growth, and bad for jobs. Far from furthering workers' rights, it punishes those who want a job. You don't protect workers by bankrupting their employers. Even the government's own allies are warning them against this bill. Those on the benches opposite have a choice today. They can stand by and watch as their government brings into law decades' worth of economic stagnation. Or they can be on the side of the young, the vulnerable, and the enterprising. History will remember this moment, because when unemployment skyrockets, when businesses shut their door, when young people stop believing, stop hoping, no one on the benches opposite will be able to say they weren't warned.
Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first, let me refer honourable members to my entry of members' interest. I'm proud to declare an interest as a lifelong trade unionist and in the Labour movement as well, which has helped me to get to where I am today. And I want to start by placing on record my thanks to the honourable friends, the member for Stalybridge and Hyde, Ellesmere Port and Bromborough, and all those colleagues in the other place who spent so many late nights working on this bill. And I welcome my honourable friend, the member for Halifax, to the front bench. She was amongst the many trade union leaders who helped develop this bill before it came to this place, unlike the Shadow Minister who thinks it was cooked up on the back of a fag packet. It was years of millions of union members and ordinary people of this country that have faced the decimation since their bill in 2016. And I offer my support to the Honourable Friend for finishing her job, because this House will know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this bill is unfinished business. I started my working life as a carer on casual terms, not knowing if there was going to be a paycheck month to month. It was because of a good unionised job with decent conditions that my life and the life of workers that I represented changed. And as I toured the country in the election campaign, in every community I heard from so many who were in the same position. They wanted change. They wanted fairness and they wanted respect at work. That's why, when we promised to deliver the biggest upgrade in workers' rights in a generation, we meant it. And the Shadow Minister is very clear from his opening remarks and what he said as this bill has been passing through this House, that the Conservatives don't want to improve working people's lives. And in fact, I think it's very clear that in his submission today, let's just face it, wants to water it down. And when the Shadow Minister mentioned the state of tribunals, Madam Deputy Speaker, I nearly fell off my chair. I cannot believe the Shadow Minister can even say that with a straight face after the state in which the Conservatives have left our justice system. And I won't even talk about the economic mess they left us in. And now, despite the fierce criticism, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the parties opposite, and the relentless lobbying from vested interests, I'm proud to speak in this debate as we deliver nothing less than a new deal for working people. Madam Deputy Speaker, every time that we have made progress on employment rights over the last 45 years, they have been resisted. It's always easier to do nothing, to take the path of least resistance. But in each generation, it is this party that have had the courage and the conviction to change lives. Maternity allowance, equal pay for women, health and safety rights, the minimum wage. Labour changed lives. And this generation is no different, because this bill shows that Labour is on the side of working people. They will know that ordinary people are better off, and it will be an effect on their families, their children, their brothers, their sisters, their family members. They will have basic rights from day one. Protection from unfair dismissal. I cannot believe the party opposite thinks in this day and age we should dismiss people unfairly. I don't understand it, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're going to strengthen sick pay, family rights, bereavement leave, protections from sexual harassment at work, a ban on zero-hour contracts, a historic fair pay agreement in social care, and an end to fire and rehire, and a genuine living wage. And the single biggest boost to rights at work in a generation, creating an economy that works for working people. This was the promise, Madam Deputy Speaker, we made to the British public, and I urge the Secretary of State to fight every step of the way to deliver it in full. The public have no patience for the Tory and Lib Dem lords who, cheered on by reform, standing in the way of better rights for workers and frustrating what was a clear manifesto promise. And tonight, this House will once again send the message that we will not back down. I will not go through every Lord's amendment, but I will pick out a couple of the most damaging. First, Lord's Amendment 23 and 106 to 120, which would break the pledge that we made to the British people to give them day one rights. The last Conservative government shamefully doubled the qualification period against unfair dismissal to 2 years. They stripped workers of protections at the stroke of a pen. Now they're at it again. But on this side of the House, We believe workers deserve fairness, dignity and respect at work, and they deserve it from day one on the job. The benches opposite say that these rights against unfair dismissal will slow down hiring. So let me be clear. Employers can absolutely still have probation periods for the new staff. They just won't be able to fire them unfairly at will for no good reason. Second, turning to Lord's Amendment 1B, Madam Deputy Speaker, which would tear up protections for workers on zero-hour contracts. This government made a commitment to provide workers with an offer of guaranteed hours. The amendment would water that right down. We promised to ban zero-hour contracts, no ifs and no buts, and that is exactly what we should do. This bill was the promise we made to the British public. It is our duty to deliver it. And I say to my colleagues on the front bench that I will be with you every step of the way as we do just that. Make no mistakes. The bill is good for workers and it is good for business. This isn't just the right thing to do, it's the foundation for the high-growth, high-skill economy that the UK needs. Key measures are backed by many of the best businesses like the Co-op, Centrica and Richer Sounds. They prove that if you treat people well, Madam Deputy Speaker, you get the best out of them in return. They know that being pro-worker is not a barrier to success, but it's a launch pad to it. That is why this bill takes the very best standards from the very best businesses and extends them to millions of workers. It is also why we proudly say that this is a pro-business and pro-worker bill. Respected business voices like the Chartered Management Institute have indicated their support for the key measures in the bill, and in consultation with businesses, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will continue to hear their voices and make sure that we get the detail right. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we talk a lot about growth in this place, and as the results in New York overnight show, growth means nothing if ordinary people can't see it, if communities have nothing to show for it. The reforms that we're making today will give people security and dignity that they can feel. They will mean something to the thousands of pregnant women and mothers who will benefit from new maternity protections, and the tens of thousands of fathers and partners who will be brought into the scope of paternity leave. The 1.7 million who will benefit from new policies on flexible working. The 2 million who will receive right to bereavement leave. And up to 9 million employees who will benefit from protection against unfair dismissal from day one. And the 15 million people who will benefit from Labour's plan in every corner of this country. Across this country, people will benefit from a decent wage and a secure work that they can raise a family on. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a once-in-a-generation chance to reshape the world of work, to drive a race to the top on standards to achieve real growth and to build an economy that works for everyone.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say it's a real pleasure to follow the member for Ashton-under-Lyne and to hear her passionate advocacy for this bill, which we on the Liberal Democrat benches, we support many of the principles. We've long advocated for strengthening employment rights in several ways, including increased support for carers, boosting statutory sick pay and giving people on 0 hours contracts more certainty over their working patterns. So there's a lot in this bill that we support in principle and which moves us in the right direction. But we do remain concerned about the specific way in which the government plans to implement many of these measures. So much of the detail that should have been on the face of the bill has been left to secondary legislation or future consultations, and that makes it impossible for businesses to plan ahead with certainty. And that's why we're supportive of amendments that bring clarity for businesses, such as setting a qualifying period for unfair dismissal claims at 6 months. Training, hiring and retaining a skilled workforce are issues affecting businesses across the country, and we must ensure that this legislation strikes the right balance for both employees and for businesses. Happy to give way.
I will be interested to hear from the honourable member whether she believes that for the first 6 months of employment it is appropriate for people to be dismissed for unfair reasons and without a fair process. Is that appropriate?
I thank the honourable member for her intervention. I think the point that has been made on a number of occasions is that it's always possible for employers to have made a mistake in their hiring, for people not to be the right fit for the job, and for there to be a straightforward way of being able to dismiss without being challenged that the dismissal was unfair. And that's the key point. It's not that they should be allowed to make unfair dismissals. It's that if it's been a fair dismissal, that they don't have to defend that point. Happy to give way.
Grateful for the Liberal Democrat spokesperson giving way. She just said it's not right that employers should pay for a mistake that they've made in hiring someone. Why should an employee pay for that mistake if it's not theirs in the first place?
I think the point is it's a balance, isn't it, between the employer and the employee. And if it's not the right fit, then it's better for both sides that the employment is brought to an end and that the employee is free to seek more appropriate employment. There are very significant concerns, the lack of clarity that the Minister raised there about probation periods and exactly what that means compared to the amendment that's been put forward on unfair dismissal, risks piling undue worry onto business managers who are struggling to find the right skills in the first place. So I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues, both here and in the other place, have been clear in our support for an amendment which would change the obligation to offer guaranteed hours to a right to request guaranteed hours. Amendment 1B to this effect would allow an employee to notify their employer if they no longer wish to receive guaranteed hours offers while retaining the option to opt back in at any time. This reasonable and balanced approach would relieve employers from having to issue guaranteed hours offers each reference period to workers who may simply not be interested in them, whilst ensuring that those who do wish to receive offers can continue to do so. Liberal Democrats strongly believe in giving 0 hours workers security over their working patterns, and we're deeply concerned that too many workers struggle with unstable incomes, job insecurity and difficulties in planning for the future. However, we also recognise that many people value the flexibility that such arrangements provide. Adaptability in shift patterns is often hugely valuable, for example, to those balancing caring responsibilities or their studies alongside work. It's therefore important to strike a balance that ensures workers can have both security and flexibility. Specifically, small and medium-sized businesses have highlighted that having to offer employees fixed hours contracts on a rolling basis could impose significant costs and administrative burdens on their limited resources, compounding other challenges, such as the recent increase in employers' national insurance contributions and the fallout from the previous government's damaging Brexit deal. The Liberal Democrat amendment that was debated in the Lords is in line with our long-standing policy for 0 hours and agency workers to be given the right to request fixed hours contracts, which employers would not be able to unreasonably refuse. And we believe this measure would maintain valuable flexibility, benefiting both parties when the obligation to keep offering guaranteed hours, even to workers who clearly aren't interested in them, imposes a significant burden which doesn't benefit either side. As with all workplace rights, employees should be supported to exercise a right to request guaranteed hours without fear of any negative consequences in their workplace. And the Unified Fair Work Agency being set up by the government, which we welcome, could help ensure that employees receive that protection and support. So this approach would still give workers the vital security that they deserve while avoiding unnecessary burdens for employers. Last time the bill was debated in the Commons, I spoke in favour of measures that would improve the clarity of the legislation with regard to seasonal work, so I wish to once again speak in favour of Amendment 48B. The sustainability of so many companies, for example farming businesses, depends upon getting the right people into the right place at the right time. Any obstacles to actioning this can have a huge impact on company operations, potentially throwing the entire business into jeopardy. Hospitality firms, such as pubs, cafes and restaurants, also rely on seasonal workers and are particularly vulnerable. Happy to give way.
Giving way, could you define within Amendment 48B what rights somebody working behind a desk in this place should have that somebody working behind a bar in this place shouldn't have?
I thank the member for that intervention. I would say they're very different kinds of work and have very different kinds of work patterns and require different skills and experience. I'm not entirely certain what point he was wanting me to respond to. If a different regulatory framework is to apply to seasonal work, a clear definition of seasonal work must be created to prevent employers from avoiding their legitimate responsibilities by claiming employees as seasonal workers in inappropriate circumstances. We continue to call for businesses which are especially reliant on seasonal workers to be properly considered when secondary legislation is created, and as such I urge members to support this change. Regarding trade unions, I again wish to speak in favour of Amendment 62B to maintain the status quo requiring a 50% ballot threshold for industrial action. The government's proposal to remove the threshold entirely means that a trade union could take strike action with only a small minority of eligible members taking part in the vote. This is bound to raise questions among the public as to whether the will of workers has been accurately represented, and it risks unnecessarily creating tensions between workers, employees and the general public, and that would not be a good outcome for any of the parties involved. Maintaining a robust process when it comes to launching industrial action. Happy to give way.
I wonder if the Honourable Lady would inform the House about the statistics when she was elected at the general election. And if it's good enough for the Honourable Lady, who's doing a great job, by the way, to be elected by the minority, why is it not good enough for ordinary working people?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman very much for his intervention. He'll be happy to hear that 53.3% of Richmond Park voters voted for me to be their representative. So I was, in fact, elected by the majority of the constituents in Richmond Park, and I'm delighted to hear that he thinks I'm doing a good job for them. But on that point, because as he was attempting to highlight, many of the people in the chamber were elected on less than 50%. Firstly, the first thing I would say to that is that on most ballot papers, there will be a choice of more than 2 candidates. So, may I finish the point? So, if you're choosing from a list of 5 people, then it's quite likely that under the first past the post system, the winning candidate will receive less than 50% of the vote. But on a strike ballot, it's a choice between 2 options, and that's why there should be, amongst all of the members, more than 50% voting for the option to strike. And that's the important point here. But secondly, it gives me an excellent opportunity to highlight the fact that the Liberal Democrats have long been advocates of voting reform to this place, and I brought a 10-minute rule bill to this place last December advocating for proportional representation, which was passed. It remains the express will of the House, as expressed on that occasion, that we do in fact change the way that we elect honourable members to this place, and I'm very glad he's given me the opportunity to highlight that. So maintaining a robust process when it comes to launching industrial action is particularly important when one considers the scale of disruption that the public face when strikes do happen. Liberal Democrats also continuing to support measures which would retain the opt-in system for contribution to political funds for trade unions which currently exist. Amendment 72B maximises choice and transparency for individuals in relation to the political funds that they are contributing to. Madam Deputy Speaker, most employers are responsible businesses which want to do the right thing by their staff, many of whom are supportive of the aims of the bill. However, they have significant concerns about the extent of this legislation, where a lot of which is still undecided and which risks compounding other challenges that they currently face. Changes to employers' national insurance, slow progress on reforming the apprenticeship levy, the absence of any meaningful action to bring down commercial energy prices, these all continue to be extremely damaging for businesses and for our economy as a whole. We must find a way to support our small and medium businesses in particular and provide clarity so that they can plan ahead. If the government was prepared to make some meaningful improvements to this bill that would make things easier for small businesses, like the amendments being suggested by the Liberal Democrats, perhaps they might find it easier to make progress with this legislation. We support many of the aims of this bill and the spirit of measures which strengthen employment rights. However, I urge members to support these amendments which will help ensure that this legislation strikes the right balance for both workers and for business. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call Justin Madders, after which backbenchers will be on a 5-minute speaking limit, but not Justin Madders.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I first of all draw attention to my register of financial interests containing an election donation from USDOR as well as my membership of the United G&B trade unions. It's now been almost 9 months since the bill completed its common stages and over a year since the bill was first introduced. So it's disappointing to see yet another delay to this legislation, as I know that many of my constituents would want to see these vital manifesto commitments enacted into law as soon as possible. However, recent proceedings in the other place have demonstrated the intention of the opposition parties to elongate the process and attempt to water down important protections that this bill offers to workers. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is as simple as this. Members on these benches were elected on a manifesto that committed to making work pay. The Employment Rights Bill is absolutely central to delivering that. It will be the biggest upgrade in workers' rights in a generation. It is long overdue, and we will all be unashamed of our commitment to improving the working lives of people in this country, because this bill will have an transformative impact on the world of work, particularly those lacking job security and dignity at work. Make no mistake, at every single stage, the Conservatives and Reform parties have voted to water down this bill or weaken its protections. And now it seems that the Liberal Democrats have joined in too. Our constituents will no doubt conclude that those on the benches opposite are siding with the bad bosses, and I urge them to reconsider and choose the side of working people. Because that is not an exaggeration. The amendments under consideration today will gut the bill of important protections for millions of people currently in insecure work. So I know we've not got that much time, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I'll focus on just a couple of the amendments, 1B and 62 and Lord's Reason 120B, which I consider to be the most damaging amendments to the bill. 1B represents a continued attempt to undermine the commitment we made to ban exploitative zero-hours contracts. All throughout, the government and members on this side of the House have been clear that the only way to tackle the most pernicious elements of zero-hours contracts is to make the right to guaranteed hours a right that people can genuinely exercise. Workers on zero-hours contracts are some of the least empowered in our economy, and they're the least able to actively assert their rights. Their working hours are inherently precarious, often depending on the vagaries of their boss. They're more likely to be younger and work in the lowest paid sectors of the economy. Shifting this commitment to a right to request model, as the Liberal Democrat amendment does, would totally fail to recognise the power imbalance in the working relationship and the very real risk that assertion of rights will lead to negative consequences for those just wanting some basic security and dignity at work. So I'm pleased that we are rejecting those amendments. But of course, that's not the only form of insecurity that those on the opposition benches want to keep on the table, as they support Lord's Reason 120B, which seeks to allow workers to be unfairly dismissed for the first 6 months of their employment. Maybe those in the other place who have jobs for life don't understand what it feels like to be tossed aside without any explanation. Maybe they don't appreciate how debilitating it can be to go into work every day with the sword of Damocles hanging over your head, knowing that if the chop comes, there's absolutely nothing that you can do about it. But those bills still need paying, your dependents still depend on you, so we need to drive out the insecurity that eats away at so many hard-working people in this country. And I don't agree with members opposite who protest that this would put a stop to hiring overnight. The government have been clear that employers will be able to pursue a lighter touch dismissal process within a probationary period, and have rightly committed to consulting closely with employers on the implementation of this. And we're often told, as we heard again today, about the employers' organisations, how it isn't right that employers should pay the price for making a mistake when hiring someone. But why should the employee, why should someone who may have given up a perfectly good job to take on another bear all the risk and the consequences if an employer doesn't get their hiring practices right? The Liberal Democrats in their response talked about this being needed to strike a balance, but I think the proposals for a statutory probation period actually do strike the right balance and deliver fairness both to the employee and to the employer. And members opposite have also gleefully referenced a recent report by the Resolution Foundation on this issue, and the Shadow Secretary of State's been very generous to me, but I will have to pull him up on something he said yesterday. He said that they actually opposed this bill, something he said in an Opposition Day debate yesterday. Well, I'm afraid it shows that he simply hasn't read their report, because it says in black and white at the top of the first page that, and I quote, "The government's employment rights bill is important and welcome." Now, I accept that they then go on to argue against day one rights, but let me continue. The only statistical evidence they put up in respect of that is a chart comparing us to other countries that says currently we have some of the weakest protections against dismissal, and this bill will give us some of the strongest. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the actual point of this bill, and I don't think it's a compelling argument to say that this is something that we don't want to actually see delivered.
Well, my friend give way on that
point. I will.
Very grateful for him for giving way. Is it not also the case that within that graph, a number of the nations which the Resolution Foundation says have weaker protections actually have higher unemployment rates than our own at the moment? There is clearly not the relationship between the two, which some on the other side have tried to suggest.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right, and indeed that is something that the Resolution Foundation said to the Bill Committee when they gave evidence, and I'll quote them directly. Internationally, we can draw scatter plots of the employment level in a country and the extent of employment regulation, and basically those lines come out flat. So you have some countries with very high unemployment and very high levels of regulation, and some countries with lower employment and high regulation. So there is no clear relationship with the employment levels across countries. That is confirmed by the OECD, which has done lots of detailed work, and that's what they said in evidence to the Bill Committee last year. I'll happily give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Would he like to put his money where his mouth is and tell us whether his faith in the Employment Rights Bill is such that he is prepared to make a commitment to his constituents in Ellesmere Port and Bromborough that if unemployment, having passed this bill, goes up, that he'll resign his seat?
Well, I absolutely cannot believe the Conservative Party, who absolutely saw massive increases in unemployment in my constituency in the 1980s and 1990s when they were in power, have the cheek to start talking about the effects of unemployment on my constituents now. So, look, the Resolution Foundation have said some things in recent weeks which I don't agree with. They've said some things in the past which are much more, I think, in line with what we believe the international evidence brings. So I think I'll just say, the kind of thing I can say about the Resolution Foundation is that I prefer their earlier work. Turning to government amendment in lieu of Lord's Amendment 62 on the repeal of the last remnants of the Trade Union Act 2016 and the removal of thresholds for industrial action ballots, I have always held the view that the introduction of e-balloting, if done properly, will lead to a much greater participation in ballots and render arguments about turnout obsolete. The implementation timetable, which the government published, indicates e-balloting will begin next April. So I hope when the Minister responds, she can provide some reassurance that that is still on track and that we can therefore expect the end of thresholds to come at the same time as that or very shortly after, because I would be disappointed if that amendment was an attempt to kick that into the long grass, because I'm not particularly keen on the conditionality in the amendment which talks about whether to repeal the thresholds. There shouldn't be any question of whether. It is when. After all, that is what we promised to do in our manifesto. And I would urge the Minister to resist any temptations to bring any conditionality into this and deliver the Make Work Pay agenda in full, as we said we would. So I will conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I'm conscious another number of members wish to speak. I'm proud the government is continuing to commit to implementing this bill in full. Policies in the Employment Rights Bill are overwhelmingly popular with the public. They formed a key part of our manifesto, and it remains central to the government's plans for change. So we proudly stand on these benches against those who seek to water down this bill and hamper its implementation. We are proud to back workers and to deliver meaningful change to their working lives. We stand against maintaining the status quo of low pay, low security and little dignity at work, and we stand for job security and for delivering on our promises.
Neil Bands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish to draw attention to my register of members' interests, my proud 23 years in Unite, and the generous support from the millions of ordinary members of the GMB and ASLEF paying into their political funds to put representatives of the working class here in Parliament. Now, I'm here to deliver a simple but firm message. There will be no concessions on the Employment Rights Bill, not one. Opposition parties in the House of Lords are trying to water down the rights that working people voted for, but we will stand firm. The New Deal for working people was a Labour manifesto commitment, and it will be delivered in full. I want to speak particularly about two sets of amendments. Firstly, Lords Amendments 61 and 72 on political funds. The Lords want to keep the opt-in system, but it's abundantly clear that this is a deliberate attack on the voice and the political voice of working people. All this bill does is restore the long-standing opt-out system that has lasted since 1946. Union members will still have robust rights and they can opt out easily. Unions are tightly regulated. No other membership organisations face these rules. Union political spending is transparent and accountable, with annual returns to the certification officer and the Electoral Commission regulating donations and campaigning. And of course, these political funds support wider campaigning, not just party donations, although I am proud to say that they support party donations too. I also want to oppose Lord's Amendment 62 on keeping the unnecessary, unneeded ballot thresholds designed to stop workers having a voice. The Tory and Lib Dem Lords want to reinstate the 50% turnout threshold introduced in the draconian 2016 Trade Union Act. And I will remind members from the Liberal Democrat Party that in 2016 they knew to oppose that act, including the ballot thresholds, and I wonder why they have reversed their position now. These ballot thresholds weaken unions and stall negotiations. Before 2016, ballots triggered talks and resolved disputes early. Now these thresholds delay dialogue and make resolution harder. No other organisations face turnout thresholds. This just singles out unions. And of course, anyone who is familiar with how the trade union movement works knows that no union would call members out on strike if members aren't up for it. So, with all due thanks and respect to the other place, we will still repeal the 2016 Trade Union Act in full. No concessions. The Employment Rights Bill is the first step in delivering the New Deal for working people, our promise to the working people of this country. This is the change that working people voted for. The government will not give in to elected Tory and Lib Dem Lords siding with bad bosses to weaken workers' rights. Not now, not today, not ever.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I draw honourable members' attention to my entry in the Register of Members' financial interests in relation to support from trade unions, of which I'm most proud. The past 4 decades of structural decline in the share of the national income going to employees, decades marked by the erosion of trade union rights, has been exacerbated by 14 years of Conservative government forcing down real wages across the United Kingdom, leaving working families still struggling to recover. Against that backdrop, the most urgent task of this Labour government is to raise living standards. Trade unions are critical to that mission, and the Employment Rights Bill will help deliver that. This bill represents a cornerstone of the government's New Deal for working people, a vote-winning manifesto pledge. And I very much welcome evidence of the popularity of these policies in the platform of Zoran Mamdani, New York's newly elected Democrat mayor. Amongst other things, he pledged protection for delivery workers, including guaranteed hours. Yet, on our bill, the amendments passed in the other place would water down that commitment and deny working people the rights they were promised. I therefore must speak in strong opposition to the Lord's amendments to this bill, amendments that, taken together, would weaken the protections this House has committed to deliver for working people across the United Kingdom. Lord's Amendments 23 and 106 to 120 concerning Day 1 rights would remove the right not to be unfairly dismissed from the very start of employment. Instead, they would impose a 6-month qualifying period and empower ministers to introduce a further initial period in which only limited protections apply. That is contrary to both the letter and the spirit of the government's manifesto. It would leave new employees vulnerable to arbitrary dismissal and recreate the very insecurity this bill was designed to end. And there is no...
giving way when he has spoken to employers, which I'm sure he has in his constituency, about this specific provision. What did they say to him?
The concept is pretty simple, because I'll just tell the honourable member that they're completely conflating different issues around unfair dismissal and probationary contracts, and they're scaremongering, because there's nothing in this bill that prevents the continuation of probation periods. The only thing that we're saying is it'll be unfair to dismiss somebody for an unlawful reason. I really wonder why it's so difficult to grasp that concept. And no, I'll carry on because I'm conscious of time. And there is no impact upon retaining probationary periods. They remain intact. Having day one rights against unfair dismissal does not prevent an employer vetting and doing recruitment properly and using probationary periods legitimately. Turning to Lord's Amendment 1B, the so-called guaranteed hours opt-out, this provision transforms a clear right into a conditional option. Instead of guaranteeing a contract that reflects the hours a person actually works, it allows employers to invite workers to opt out of that right altogether. Experience with the working time opt-out shows exactly where this leads. It becomes a standard clause routinely signed away. That is not the end of exploitative zero-hours contracts. It is their rebadging. Finally, Lord's Amendment 62, which reintroduces ballot thresholds for industrial action, seeks to restore one of the most restrictive elements of the 2016 Trade Union Act. This House has already agreed that those provisions were excessive and undemocratic. No other organisation is bound by such turnout requirements before it may act. Reinstating them would frustrate meaningful negotiation and delay resolution of disputes, not promote it. Let's drop these thresholds and quickly move to e-balloting, as we promised. For those reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge honourable members to resist these Lord's amendments and to insist upon the bill as originally passed by this House. It must be delivered in full, for it represents the baseline of a fair work settlement. However, while defending the bill, we must also recognise that it's only a starting point. The consultations now underway must ensure that secondary legislation goes further and fulfils the government's wider promise to make work pay. So I hope that we see a robust and enforceable right of access for trade unions to workplaces, both physical and digital, so that unions can reach and represent workers effectively with penalties that deter obstruction. And I hope we'll create a process to expand fair pay agreements beyond adult social care in schools, embedding sectoral collective bargaining across the economy to raise pay and standards in every workplace. And we must make progress towards a single status of worker. The Employment Rights Bill is a landmark measure, but its promise will only be realised if this House defends it against dilution and strengthens its implementation. I therefore call on all members to reject the Lord's amendments and stand by our commitment to working people, to deliver the New Deal for working people in full, and to build it from a fairer, more secure world of work. Thank you.
Turner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And given that time is short, I will endeavour to keep my remarks brief. I intend to speak to specific amendments, but I feel compelled to start with general comments in respect of financial interests, because it has been suggested throughout these bill stages from the other side and again today that a number of members on this side speak not from genuine and sincere belief, but because of arrangements involving donations to their constituency Labour parties. And I just say to the members opposite that that argument, that line of thought, betrays a laziness towards this issue. Correct. That is reflected in the lack of effective scrutiny on this bill from their side only. Instead, we've seen a resorting to hackneyed and ancestral stereotypes and, again, lazy assumptions which reflect nothing about the world of unions and the world of work. I will gladly get voted.
For giving way on the point. Members of the public who are watching this debate won't necessarily have ready access to see what the thousands of pounds that have been taken by each member who refers to simply their financial interests. So in the interest of transparency, will he say how many thousands of pounds he took from trade unions, if he took any indeed, in order to support this bill?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for exactly proving my point, and I will happily say to him that since becoming a member of this House, that I have not received a penny in political donations from trade unions. My constituency Labour Party received a donation before the election. That is an entirely different matter. I have only one matter to draw attention to in my register of interests, which is chairship of the GMB parliamentary group, which is an unpaid role. Turning to Lord's amendments, we are asked, as has already been said, to consider a number of amendments today that directly contradict manifesto commitments. Now, Lord's Amendments 61 and 72 on political funds are a case in point. Now, in the other place, the Noble Lord Burns gently questioned whether this was a manifesto issue, but the Make Work Pay document, which the manifesto said would be implemented in full, clearly said that the 2016 Trade Union Act would be repealed, which must include this provision. The amendments before us seek to preserve the punitive restrictions that were originally imposed as retribution in 1927 and were repealed in 1946. Since then, we had 70 years where arrangements worked effectively, and the actual impact of these amendments, were they carried, would be the same as any type of arrangement that moves from opt-out to opt-in, which is a reduction in the ability of working people to speak with a collective voice. And let us not forget that trade union political funds do not exclusively fund donations to parties. We look at the campaigns which have been run and won cross-party support through use of those campaigns. GMB and Unison, Protect for Protectors. GMB's campaigns on domestic defence manufacturing, two campaigns that the party opposite came to support. Usdor's Freedom from Fear, and the Gangmasters Act, the result of Unite's campaign in the aftermath of the Morecambe Bay disaster, in which so many copper pickers tragically lost and disgracefully lost their lives. Even today, in this place, that funding helps to address abuse which has occurred in the confines of this estate, and indeed there is always a risk that it will continue in the future. Trade unions are democratic bodies. Any member of a trade union can demand to see the receipts of political expenditure, and decisions on party donations are taken on a collective basis. And when that provision was originally repealed, the Attlee government's Attorney General of the day said the following, and I think it bears repeating today, that the party's opposites relied on the old delusion that the Labour Party was being built upon the hard-earned pennies of honest Conservatives who were too timid to declare their true political colours and were being bullied by horrid, nasty trade unionists into supporting the political funds of a party to which they were so opposed. Anyone who's actually worked with trade union members will recognise that to be a delusion indeed, and that we have heard much of that delusion from the opposite benches through the carriage of this bill. I was going to make similar comments to my honourable friend, and she is both honourable and a friend, in respect of the Lord's Amendment 62, but she has covered it expertly. So I would just finish by talking about Lord's Amendment 121B in respect of the School Support Staff Negotiating Body, which has not been discussed so far today. I do recognise that this amendment from the Lords is substantially different to other amendments which they have sent to us on this matter, but I still believe that it is unnecessary. First of all, the overwhelming majority of academy employers do subscribe to the National Joint Council terms and conditions for school support staff, terms and conditions which have been widely recognised for more than 20 years, are out of date in respect to school support staff. What the actual effect of this amendment would be to create a two-tier arrangement between school support staff in local authority maintained schools and in academies. And in terms of its wording, it says that employers could introduce terms and conditions. I am concerned about the potential contradiction with the provisions in the 1992 legislation that requires such changes to be made on a collective and not a unilateral basis. Furthermore, it states that terms and conditions that could be changed should be in aggregate an improvement. That clearly leaves room for employers to introduce a weakening in some areas to the detriment of the 1,700 school support staff in my constituency. I'm proud to have had an association with this bill, and I look forward to rejecting those specific amendments tonight.
Amanda Martin. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I proudly refer the House to my register of interest and my involvement in the trade union movement throughout my professional career. The Employment Rights Bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is long overdue. And whilst others continuously seek to wreck it with their unfriendly worker amendments, we will not allow it. Because we on these benches know that this bill is about economic growth and security for all workers. It's about banning unfair dismissals, strengthening statutory sick pay, outlawing fire hire, gaining new maternity and paternity leave rights, and rights to bereavement leave. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are so many fantastic pieces of legislation in this bill, and as my honourable friend from Halifax noted, we are today again presented with a number of amendments which we do not support. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak to just one of those. It is 1B, because it is about the Employment Rights Bill, most vital protection, and something that I proudly stood on a manifesto commitment in my city, the statutory entitlement to fixed hours. This is not an abstract legal reform, it is a common sense protection for people who are often too invisible in our labour market and for whom insecurity is the norm and not the exception.
Giving wage. Powerful point. Does she agree with me that exploitative zero-hour contracts are a huge problem for workers, and it's a big step banning them for us, and we should oppose any steps to try and water down that legislation?
Absolutely, and I think the word in that is exploitative. People in ports of North and across the country deserve fairness, dignity and the ability to plan their daily lives and future. In sectors such as retail, hospitality, construction, social care and logistics, many workers are on unpredictable variable hours, with shifts cancelled at short notice or offered only a minimal work week to control their labour costs. This makes budgeting, second jobs, childcare, healthcare planning and indeed everything in life almost impossible. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me give you a local example. One of my constituents, Sarah, has worked in a Portsmouth cafe on 0 hours contracts for 4 years. She is told at the beginning of each week which hours she might get. One week she might have 25 hours, the next 8. And the next, indeed, nothing. Because she can't predict her hours, she ends up in debt, skipping medical visits and having to rely on emergency credit to pay her bills. Under the bill's intended protection, Sarah could request fixed hours and have far greater stability for herself and her family.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I think she's making an incredibly powerful point. Does she agree with me that for constituents like Zara of hers and constituents of mine also on short or 0 hours contracts, the meat of this amendment of introducing the bureaucratic farce of an offer instead of a right ruins what is in this bill and is a meaningful change, and the introduction of an ability for workers to opt out opens up a loophole with detrimental effects in real world where people could be rewarded with overtime if they agree to opt out.
Absolutely, and it leaves workers with unable to reject that overtime even if they are knackered and have done 60, 70 hours already that week. Absolutely. Madam Deputy Speaker, that brings me to Dave. He's a plasterer working on one of my local building sites. He's technically self-employed, but in reality he's also on a rolling hours 0 contract. Some weeks he earns enough to keep his mortgage, some weeks he earns enough to put aside a little bit of money for Christmas, other weeks absolutely nothing at all. He's told to stand down when winter hits and work slows, with no pay, no notice and no safety net. This kind of insecurity is corrosive. It affects not just finances, but families, health and morale on jobs. And let us be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, the public are firmly with us on this. According to the TUC's 2025 megapoll, support for guaranteed hour contracts sits at over 70% across the region and the nation of this UK. This isn't, Madam Deputy Speaker, about denigrating businesses and business owners. Many of them are fantastic and provide great opportunities. But without this bill, those who are unscrupulous employers will continue to sidestep responsibility and run a race to the bottom. The arguments say that these measures impose burdens on business, they discourage hiring, they risk flooding employment tribunals. These concerns should not be a pretext for hollowing out protections and should instead ensure workers know how much they will earn each month so they can plan and live their lives. Sarah and Dave, who I referred to earlier, are just two names, but behind them are thousands of lives blighted by unfair employment practices. And Madam Deputy Speaker, they won't mind me saying, but Sarah and Dave are not young. Madam Deputy Speaker, despite what the opposition want us to believe, 0 hours contracts are not just exploitative for the young, they are exploitative for many other people in our society. Madam Deputy Speaker, people deserve the right to security. I urge colleagues to reject these weakening amendments, and because fixed hours entitlement is not a radical idea, it is a basic standard of decency in the modern work. And if this House, we really mean that we respect working people, we must deliver laws that protect them.
Ewan Steinbeck.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I refer members to my register of interest and declare my interest as a proud, experienced hospitality worker of 6 years. While I have proportionate respect for the work of the other place in this bill, I'm once again bemused and frustrated on behalf of my constituents that this generational, fundamental and I'd say basic and common sense bit of legislation is once again before us, and the hill that many in the other place seem to want to make a brutal stand on. It's apparent that after years of stagnating living standards, that job one for this government was to make work pay again, tip the scales in the favour of working people, and especially from the younger generation that have been discussed today, recapture, I think, an ethic of the value of work that sadly, and I worry about this, has been lost over the years of Tory government. So looking at the amendments, why then does the other place insist on their amendments 23 to 106 to 120, which would remove the day one right to be unfairly dismissed? I think this is once again telling young, predominantly lower paid and insecure British workers in hospitality factories and work sites across our constituencies that their continued employment income is precariously balanced on the benevolence of their employer, not on the value of their labour. I think this feeling is real. For every day that this measure is not on the statute books, young men and women are being bullied, prodded and pushed out their jobs by the very small minority of bad employers that do exist across our constituencies. I've had kids in their first job tell me that this was their chance as well, straight out of school, straight out of further education or higher education, that this was their chance when they left school, tell me that they'd been sacked just before, in the weeks prior to 2 years of service. Looking at this amendment, in my perspective, there is no reason that that same circumstance wouldn't just occur when it was 6 months, a few weeks before 6 months of their service. I will get to it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could my honourable friend agree with me that good employers have nothing to fear from any of these this legislation, and good employers will embrace this, as many do?
Absolutely. When I listen to businesses in my constituencies, I think every member of us across this House, they are worried across the piece for a number of reasons and have been for a number of years. Many good employers don't rank this in the top 5 of concerns that they've got coming forward, and especially not employers that I worked for within the hospitality and retail sector. They can see the benefits of this actually keeping workers for longer, having more security for them in knowing who their workforce is, which was a major concern, especially coming out of the pandemic for the hospitality and retail sectors that I worked for, and a major cost as well for those employers not being able to keep staff. So on the final point about unfair dismissal, if we accept this amendment and leave these people without a legal right of action whenever they're unfairly dismissed, we must reject this amendment. It is an unfair proposal. Then moving to Lord's Amendment 1B, once again, the opposition, why do they insist upon this? I think it mischaracterises fundamentally the dynamic of the workplace for the majority of those who are currently operating on zeros contracts, as I did for 6 years in the relatively recent past. Rather than making it a right for the employer to proactively offer a guarantees hour contract, this would put the obligation on the employee to access and accept. Something in the lowest paid and most insecure industries would be rife with potential interferences and bad incentives. For employees to opt out to convenience the employer, as I think and I have experienced in hospitality and retail, I think it was a reference to the working time directive that was rife throughout the hospitality sector, especially when you were finishing a shift late on and they needed somebody the next day. I can't see a world in which this wouldn't be subject to similar interference from employers, or potentially worse, that especially with the reference period that's coming forward, that the hours that they are given are lower, especially if they have preemptively insisted on their employer that they would be accessing this right. To finish, Amendment 48B from the Lords, and I have to say, I've stated this in several times, I'm getting exasperated to make it. The definition of seasonal work, as is captured in this point, for those from the creative industries, retail, hospitality and other sectors captured within this amendment, would be an attempt to carve out the sectors from other rights contained within this. And I have to say, and they'll have to go back and speak to their constituents about this, why do the Tories, Reform and Lib Dems and anybody else who's going to support this amendment tonight believe that those who will be serving them from behind a bar should access less rights than those who work behind a desk? It is very specific on the industries that are getting targeted under this amendment. I will give way on that point.
I'm grateful to the honourable member, who I'd like very much for giving way on that point. He's clearly a massive fan of the Employment Rights Bill, and the people of Falkirk are watching him. And so would he like to commit to them that if, having passed the Employment Rights Bill, unemployment goes up and therefore we have fewer workers with fewer rights, that he would resign from his seat?
That meant to the people of Falkirk that the quality of their work, especially for younger people, is going to go massively through the roof. Younger people within my constituency who have been subject to insecure work, low pay and 0 hours contracts have seen the quality of their work diminished. So what I can guarantee to the people of Falkirk is the quality of work will go up. And again, and I think other members referred to this, the cheek that's coming from Tory benches when they're talking to post-industrial communities such as Falkirk that were savaged by the Thatcherite government will get absolutely no credence within my constituency. So to conclude on this point, I say to the opposition benches that they have time to change their mind. They can back the government today, get this bill passed without it being watered down, and stop the attempts that are perceived, at least in my constituency, as an attempt to betray British young workers who are doing the right thing, going out and earning their way, but for too long lost a belief in the quality and opportunity that work provided under the Tory years, and we'll see massive benefits from this bill. Make work pay and get this done. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Final backbench contribution, Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to draw attention to my members' register of interest, both my membership and financial support from the trade union movement. I stand here as a proud trade unionist with a couple of decades of work behind me of standing up for the working class. And I would like to pay the truest of tributes to my right honourable friend from Ashton-under-Lyne and my honourable friend from Ellesmere Port and Bromborough.
Thank you very much for giving way. I think you're absolutely right with regard to some honourable friends, right honourable friends, the work in which lots of people have done to bring this transformational bill to the Commons. I think we need to mention my honourable friend, the member for Middlesbrough, Thornaby East, for the tremendous work he did as well at the very beginning of this process. It's transformational. Everybody deserves lots of credit here.
Success has many mothers.
I'd like to thank my friend from Blythe and Ashington for his intervention, and I absolutely agree with him in terms of the work that my friend has done on this for over a decade now. This bill brings changes that tip the scale in favour of working people, and taken together with the rest of the New Deal for working people, it amounts to the greatest uplift in workers' rights in our generation. And that is down to the friends that I have just mentioned here today. It is their legacy, and one that will change the lives of millions of working class people for the better. And I know that my friend from Halifax will do a great job of completing this. This for me is personal, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it was my dad's secure, well-paid, unionised job on the production line in Ford's Halewood that gave me a better life than my mum and dad. It lifted us out of poverty and provided us with enough money and stability for a decent home and enough to live a life of dignity on. Everyone should have that, and that is why I will fight for work where people can flourish and thrive, jobs to take pride in, that can provide a good life, and no way would I be here, in this place, representing the place where I was born and raised if it was not for my dad's job. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Tories, backed by the Lib Dems, in the other place are trying to water down this bill. They are aided and abetted by Reform, who are never in this place to debate this and are consistently voting against this bill. The Lord's bills, some of the Lord's amendments rip out the heart of this bill, and I'm going to speak briefly to amendments 23, 106 to 220, which would delay protections from unfair dismissal until a worker has been in their job for 6 months. This would mean that a worker can just be dismissed at whim for no reason. How is this okay? How is it defensible? A day one right not to be unfairly dismissed is good for workers and good for businesses. And my friend from Blythe and Ashington spoke about that, and the research from the IPPR and the TUC finding that 73% of employers support giving employees protection from unfair dismissal from day one of employment. The Shadow Minister dismissed the TUC from the dispatch box in that research, but there are 5 million workers that they represent, and everyone else at work. Are they not stakeholders who should be listened to as well? Madam Deputy Speaker, we know good employers up and down the country already live up to the standards that we are setting out in this bill. And today, we need to stop these attempts to water down the Employment Rights Bill, deliver the protections from unfair dismissal our constituents voted for, and make sure we deliver the New Deal for working people in full.
Yeah. I now come to the Minister to wind up. Kate Dearden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank all members for their brilliant contributions today and engagement with this bill. Throughout the many months we have been debating it and discussing it, it's incredibly appreciated and valued. I'd like to start reiterating a quote: strengthening employment rights in this country in the last 50 years has had pro-employment effects, and that the consensus on the economic impacts of labour laws is that far from being harmful to growth, they contribute positively to productivity. And that's a quote from the Cambridge University Centre for Business, Professor Simon Deakin. And in response to the Shadow Minister, who made a number of contributions, I'd remind him of my opening remarks. UK employment laws are mostly a product of the 20th century. They have not kept pace with how businesses employ people or how people experience their working lives today, when, how and where they work. The world of work has fundamentally changed in recent years. It is regrettable that his party spent 14 years watching impotently at the rise of the gig economy, many changes in our employment market and employment landscape, and pretend that the status quo still works for everyone. It simply does not. That is why this bill is so important, raising those standards, levelling the playing field for businesses so they're not undercut by people who don't play by the rules, because that negatively impacts their businesses. It negatively impacts their productivity. That's why this bill is important for businesses and for working people, that they get that security and those rights at work, but for those good businesses who go above and beyond already and do brilliant work supporting our workforce and different economies across this country. He mentioned seasonal work, and just to respond on the initial reference period that will be set out in regulations that I've already spoken to, and to reiterate that we do believe 12 weeks is the right length, balancing the need for qualifying workers to be offered those guaranteed hours reasonably soon after they start a role, and the need for a reference period long enough to establish the hours that they regularly work. On employment tribunals, again, I was quite surprised to hear the remarks from the Shadow Minister. Under their watch, average wait time for an employment claimant increased by 60% between 2010 and 2022 due to funding cuts. Their introduction of fees had a disproportionate impact on women and low-paid, making sure that people can pay for access to work. So yet again, we're fixing messes that they left behind, and the task force that I mentioned in my introductory speech of how we can fix our employment tribunal system and our work under our Fair Work Agency that will be up and running next year is incredibly important as part of that wider package. Yes, I will give it.
Thank you, Minister. It's really good to hear about the task force. Could you give us some more information about what other things they're going to be having a look at that they'll be able to investigate that will support our employees?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. The task force will be really important, bringing together different stakeholders that we can assess the problems within the system and work out the best way to fix it, because at the moment it's not working for employers or for workers who want access to justice and who want it quickly. And yes, I will go.
wonder if my honourable friend would agree with me that the introduction of these rights to protection is absolutely critical, but equally important is the ability to enforce those rights, and that the Fair Work Agency has got the potential to bring that to fruition and make sure that when people are in those circumstances and are the beneficiaries of an award, that they ultimately receive it, because far too many people take these cases and do not get any redress.
I thank my honourable friend for his contribution. We met with Matthew Taylor this week, the new chair of the Fair Work Agency, to discuss the progress of the Fair Work Agency and to make sure it's up and running at speed. It is really, really crucial, as he rightly points out, that enforcement is absolutely vital, that workers are aware of their rights, and that's why this agency, I think, is so transformational in our approach for that and really, really important for our wider agenda. To respond to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, I do urge her to support the government as we seek to update and upgrade our employment rights to be fit for the 21st century. She mentioned lots around detail, and as I mentioned in my earlier remarks, as is standard for lots of employment rights legislation, we want to consult extensively with businesses, with unions and with employers to make sure they get this right, and I'm sure the honourable member agrees with that approach. She mentioned turnout thresholds, and as I've mentioned, we want to create an industrial relations framework fit for a modern economy and workplace that works for everybody. We've been clear that we intend to ensure that trade union legislation is proportionate, effective and does not create unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles, and we remain committed to removing the 50% turnout threshold for industrial action ballots under the repeal of the Trade Union Act 2016. We support a strong mandate for strike action, but a threshold set in legislation is not the best way to achieve that. My right honourable member and friend for Ashton-under-Lyne talked about our proud Labour legacy of the courage and conviction to change lives, and she is a powerful demonstration and testament of that, an inspiring one too, and that's why this legislation is so important, reshaping the world of work, delivering security and dignity people can feel, as she rightly mentioned. We cannot build a strong economy through employment insecurity. The legal loopholes that currently exist have contributed to the erosion of living standards and allowed a race to the bottom. And I'm always grateful for her support and thank her for her offer of support as we proceed with to royal assent with this bill and the implementation stages to make sure that everybody across this country can benefit, workers and business alike, and that's why it's pro-worker, pro-business and pro-growth. Yeah. My honourable friend, the member for Ellesmere Port and Bromborough, had a powerful speech and responded to lots of the points that have been raised throughout this debate by members opposite very eloquently, and I thank him for that. I want to reassure him that we remain committed to the repeal of the 50% turnout threshold, and we've been clear that it's our intention to align the removal of thresholds with the establishment of e-balloting as an option for unions. This amendment does not change that commitment. We're working at pace to permit electronic balloting by April 2026, and I hope you'll be pleased to know that we'll be shortly launching a consultation on electronic and workplace balloting code of practice, and I encourage all stakeholders to please respond to that consultation. My honourable member and friend for Tipton and Winsbury, I thank her for her excellent points on the use and on the importance of political funds, and reiterate my remarks on the 50% threshold, and I hope she's reassured by those. And on our commitment to deliver this bill in full, as you'll have heard from our Prime Minister at conference, from our Secretary of State, and I hope to reiterate that at the dispatch box here today, and I thank her for her contributions. My honourable friend, the member for Middlesbrough and Thornaby East, and I thank him too for all of his work for this legislation. It's been a pleasure to work with him over a number of years. He mentioned fair pay agreements, which we are introducing, as he rightly mentioned, in social care, and we'll learn from the process before considering introduction of fair pay agreements in other sectors in due course, but I appreciate his passion for this area, and I'm sure we'll be in touch and speak with him about that progress. And on trade union access, as he might be aware, last week we launched a consultation seeking views on a number of changes to modernise and hardwire negotiation, engagement and dispute resolution into industrial relations, including the enforcement mechanism for the right of access. And I thank him for raising that and bringing that to the House today. My honourable friend for Birmingham Northfield, for Falkirk, Portsmouth North and for Knowsley have made absolutely brilliant points today in this debate, and I'm forever grateful for their support. They are strong advocates for working people across this country, and it's been absolutely wonderful to work with them over a number of years, and to be here in this House today with lots of friends who have contributed to this agenda in this vital, vital work. I really hope that we get to, at some point, a chance to celebrate this. Yes, of course I will give way.
I'm grateful to her for giving way, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if I could invite her to respond to two things. It was asked earlier how many times the word maternity appeared in the bill. The word pregnancy appears 16 times, parental 27 times, bereavement 34 times. Is it not the case that we can't restrict this to individual phrases? But second, is not the real point that this isn't some abacus exercise? The real impact of this bill is the change and improvements this will make for millions of working families because of day one rights.
I thank my honourable friend, and what's an excellent point well made. I'm glad he's managed to find the control F function at such speed, and I always rely on him to provide that efficiency and that clarity. This bill will benefit more than 15 million workers. And that is an incredible, powerful statistic safe in the dispatch box. Over 2 million people on zero hours contract could benefit, as well as the many workers he's mentioned, that will benefit from further protections and rights at work, and I will give way, of course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend, my honourable good friend, the member for Halifax, for giving way. With reference to 0 hours contracts and the millions of workers that stand to benefit from all of the measures in this bill, I wonder if she would agree with me that the state of the bill as it came back as a result of amendments from Liberal Democrat peers with regards to the right to guaranteed hours actually are an unworkable bureaucratic mess that open up scope for abusive practices in the workplace and withdraw the meaningful protections in this bill from far too many workers.
I thank my good honourable friend for his contribution, and a very, very important one. Exploitative 0 hours contracts. I meet many people in my constituency who, and as he will too, who don't know day to day whether they will have enough money for food or rent because they don't know how many hours they will make that week. That's why it's so important that we're giving people basic security by banning exploitative 0 hours contracts. We know people do value the flexibility that's offered by them, and that's why we're tackling the exploitative ones, as he rightly outlines, and the impacts that amendments could have on this. Could maybe look towards a different route of actually how we do tackle exploitative 0 hours contracts, but we want to protect that. It's so important for working people across this country that they do have that certainty week by week of what they will be paid and what they deserve. And I thank him for all of his work in this area over a number of years, and he brings a wealth of experience to this legislation and particularly to this part of the bill, so I thank him for his contribution. The government is clear that you cannot build a strong economy whilst having people in insecure work. Employment laws have not kept pace with modern working patterns, and this has allowed some employers to exploit gaps in the law, undercut responsible businesses and fuel a race to the bottom. Backed by new industrial and trade strategies, this bill will drive productivity, foster innovation and lay the foundations for long-term secure growth. It will level the playing field for good employers and put the UK economy in step with competitors in other advanced economies. As you will have heard today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand on the shoulders and incredible hard work of many friends and members in this chamber and on this side of the House, and I pay tribute to them and put on my gratitude for all of their work to be the place where we are today. I really hope members support the government in our determination to get this bill over the line to make sure that we update our employment rights legislation for this country, for businesses, for employers, and for the future and for growth. And I thank honourable members for all their contributions. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1B. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Listen, clear the lobby. Ali. Colleagues should be seated if they are near a bench, not standing and queuing. I can still see you, regardless of how you wish to stand sideways. The question is, as on the order papers, may in their opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Jade Bottrell and Mark Ferguson. Tell us for the noes are Katie Lamb and Andrew Snowden. Order, order.
The ayes to the right were 310, the noes to the left 155.
The ayes to the right, 310. The noes to the left were 155. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock! Order, order. I must now put the questions necessary to bring to a conclusion proceedings on the Lord amendments. We now come to the government motion relating to Lord's Reason 120B as set out on the notice paper. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords in their amendments 23 and 106 to 120, but does not insist on its amendments 106A and proposes amendments A to C in lieu of Lords' amendments 23 and 106 to 120. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Colleagues observing the chamber will see that I'm on my feet and should be seated. The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Jade Bottrell and Mark Ferguson. Tellers for the noes are Katie Lamb and Andrew Snowden.